morning. Hey, y'all. What's up? Happy Tuesday. Yo, it's good to see y'all here. I hope somebody is excited for work today, yo. Before we do any of this, you already know we got to get our favorite on here, y'all.
Good morning. Good morning, Miss Johnny. Good morning, Harvey.
Miss Simone, that shirt, though.
It hits. This is my favorite.
You're giving me all the life right now, yo.
I love it. It's the heart smiles all day, every day. I just was in my feelings today. I'm like, I gotta put my heart smiles shirt on. I gotta let the people know we don't play about our success. And I just had to tell you, Miss Joni, thank you so much for creating a space where it's normal to talk about success. Like, this is literally what we do. Like, you're not talking about success. You're not talking about growth. You're not talking about development. You don't want to be a better person. Like, that's what we do here. This is normal. So thank you for creating a space and a platform. Heartbeats, thank you for showing up and showing out. And we need more of y'all. So keep showing up and showing out. And I'm going to keep rocking my heart smile all day, every day.
Yo, here. I love it. No, Mr. Bone. No, thank you for helping us to have this kind of space, because most people, yo, if you ain't talking about drama or gossiping and all that dumb stuff, yo, they ain't trying to hit, yo. But you know what? I be like,
bye, baby. Block.
Yo,
Block.
The peace sign is me giving you the warning, yo. That's when I'm just about to be out. But then when I turn that bad boy sideways, and I get the cutting, yo,
you know,
how can you have time for anything else, yo?
No. Life is too short. It's too valuable. It's too important.
Way
especially for young people, y'all. You could beat the odds. You know, you see those people on Instagram, 12 years old, started college, and it's like, oh my gosh, y'all, that could be you. That is you if you get up. Get out the bed. Good morning.
Right? Hey, yo, somebody tell them to get the crust out their eyes. Come to work. You at work, yo.
Come get these blessings. Come get this knowledge, y'all. This is too good.
They'll be ready, Miss Simone. They'll be ready. Miss Simone,
some of them do. Some of them, especially the first spot people. Who's in the top spot today, Miss Jones?
Yo, Tiana. Again. Yo, Tiana said, "Bump that. The summer is mine.
The summer is mine, y'all."
Yo, you know the little fold out chairs that you have on the little field, yo. What you call them, Joyce? Yo, what you call them?
Fold out. I don't know.
She got one of the soccer mom chairs, yo. She pulled that joint out, put it on the top spot, and said,
"This is mine. This is mine."
She said, "I'm here."
She probably team frontline, because you know they always in the front.
You never in the back. I don't know though, yo. I don't know. T, you gotta tell us what team you represent, sure, while you breathing in that top spot fresh air, yo.
It's the success.
No, yo, this air is different. Don't give me no broke bump air, yo. I only want to breathe in success air, yo. I'm allergic to that other stuff, yo.
Quality. You don't even need your asthma inhaler when you up here, Miss Jones.
I can throw my inhaler away. Yo, T said, of course, front line.
Hey. Oh, yeah. I already knew. Come on.
No, you already knew it.
I love it. Cam got y'all right. Blink twice if you need help, but Cam
got twice, y'all, with the left eye if you need help, yo.
Well, good morning, Tiana. Congratulations on your top spot. Keep taking it.
Yes, yo. Good morning, yo. Who else we got, yo?
Okay.
Young new leaders.
What's up, YNL? Good morning.
YNL, good morning, y'all. How y'all feeling, yo? Good to see y'all.
I love it. And then we got our other babies.
Just kidding. Hey, yo, my bad. No, go ahead. You know, I be messing up. Go ahead.
I gotta keep the Y's together. It's like little baby, the baby. So it's like Y and
Right.
L.
You're
and
right.
then S. You built for success.
You've built for success. What's up, y'all?
Good morning, y'all. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, you ready, Miss Bunny? You ready?
All right, we ready.
Brighter future. Oh, Jesus.
Oh my God. Yo, you messed up the V's, yo. You messed up.
Better, brighter futures.
No, I think it's just better future.
Okay.
I don't know. Yo, I think it's better future, yo.
It's better future. You right, Miss Joni. You right. I messed that one up. Okay.
Yo, let me rewind you, Miss Simone. Let me rewind you.
All right, better future.
Better future. Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
Yes. We got y'all. All right. Who else we got, yo?
I think we got
Chosen.
Yes.
Generation. Yeah. Hold on, yo. Somebody put better, brighter future. Hey, yo, is they playing with us, yo?
I know they like that. I think I messed it up, but it's cute. I try to keep y'all.
Cute, yo. They trying to adopt the little name change.
All right, better, brighter future. Good morning, y'all.
Good morning, y'all. Yo, chosen generation, y'all. Good morning.
We love it. Good morning. Good
morning. Do we got another generation?
Yeah. Oh, do we? I thought we had the biggest lesson.
That's what we got.
Yes, the biggest lesson.
The biggest lesson, because they be going for the bigger blessing. Yes, y'all. Good morning.
Good morning, y'all.
How y'all feeling, yo? Good morning. Hey, yo, why Jay gonna jump in there and say Team Sawyer?
I love it. I love her. Hey, y'all, show her some love. Join Team Sawyer, money making team. Okay. I'm hollering.
Yes, y'all. Good morning, y'all. And then we got your peoples, Miss Simone.
Oh, the Goon Squad.
Hey, y'all.
Ghetto Goon Squad.
The Ghetto Goon Squad. Straight from the crevices of East Baltimore and West Baltimore combined.
Good morning, y'all. Good morning.
Good morning, y'all. GG Squad.
Oh, that is. Oh, I love these team names.
Yes, yo, double G's. I think we got all the team names.
I think so. Any other teams, y'all? Show up and show out.
They ain't got nothing else. New Hot Beats. Good morning.
Good morning, y'all. Good morning.
How y'all feeling, yo? OG Hot Beats. Stand up, yo. Good morning. How y'all feeling?
Good morning, OG.
Yes, and Heartbeat Mentors.
Yes, we love our mentors. Good
yes,
morning.
we do. What's up, y'all? Good morning.
What a great day.
Yo, yes. I can't wait, yo.
So you ready? Do we have anybody knocking at the door?
You definitely. And they've been knocking at the door for a half hour.
That's partially my fault because y'all be making me nervous with the tech issues. I'm like, good morning, get up, check your camera, please.
Oh no, they good. Let me see. Let me get them on here, y'all, because I was like, okay, thank you for being on time. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Miss Joni, you know who this is? This is D. Oh, Jesus. Darius, did you win the blessing last week?
Oh, blessing D.
I did.
What's up, D? What's up? Hey. Yo, you know what, y'all? It was all this success, and I couldn't see through the fog. What's up? I knew that was you from your profile picture. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. I just wanted to come on today to talk about like abuse and relationships, and like how it kind of affected some of my friends and family. Well, mainly friends, because it's a lot of stuff that's going on. So, well, my name is Darius or D. I'm 16 in the 10th grade. I go to Poly, and you know, I play lacrosse. But that's that's just a little bit about me. So, the most common the most common form of abuse is physical abuse. Fighting your girlfriend, fighting your boyfriend, putting hands on anybody that you love truly. You say you love. That's not really right. So let's see, emotional abuse. Emotional abuse is usually undetected. That's like, as in saying, like, mothers, family members, some friends. You feel me? It ties into what we said like yesterday about like blackmailing and stuff like that. Um, Verbal abuse. It's wait. hmm. Verbal abuse. It's most often unseen because it's in words. You can't really you know verbal. So, well, yeah. Now I'm gonna say how it affected some of my friends. So mainly it's because like some of the parents, like I don't know why, but some of the parents are like, I don't want to say this generation because but some of the parents is they don't be knowing how to take care of their child, and they be all like, some of them do be old school, so that's cool with that. But like it'd be like they don't understand that children now can actually get depression and actually be depressed now, and they be the main causes that cause depression. Like, and it's crazy because they don't know what they doing, and they not willing to fix it. They're not willing to hear their child out. They're not willing to, help them out with certain things. And then like, when they don't trust, when the child don't trust the parent, then it become an issue because the parent want the child to trust them, and they don't understand how, like, you not even doing right to your child. How you going to expect them to just all of a sudden just trust you? But it's what it was, unconditional love. So you want to love your mother, you're going to love your father no matter what. Ain't nothing going to change that. It's just the fact of how they treat you. It always hurts. It always, it's like, verbal abuse and emotional abuse, and they just like, sometimes they just play with you and stuff, and they don't understand what they're doing. Like, either drinking, smoking, that might, that might mess with the child, and like, along with like siblings and loved ones too. So, but it's mainly for the parents. I like to call it the parents. But either way, I never really grew up like that. My mother always, I don't want to say had it easy, but like she tried to make sure I was out the way, to the point where the streets wouldn't get me. I think she did a good job. But I have a lot of friends that's going through a lot, and I can't relate, but I try to listen to them to a certain extent that they know that I'm here for them. And it's just it's crazy because like it's a whole lot of people going through the exact same thing, but they just don't know. Like, they going through the exact same thing, but in different ways, and it's like I don't understand, like, what's what like why are our parents doing this to us? Parents, friends, family, friends, like, no. So the parents be questioning the children's lives before the world can even get to them, and it's wild because like, what you what you got to do that for? There's no point. All you got to do is take care of your child. I don't want to say all you got to do, but you feel me? Love, passion. I have some friends that literally I don't want to say their only problem, but most of their problems is communicating with their parents and you know, just talking about how they feel and just want their parents to just be proud of them. And that's crazy because I'm always the one to try to hug them, make sure they alright, make sure they good. Even though the problem is still there, I can't do nothing. I can't do much about it, but just sit there and just let them cry in my arms. Like, that's just wild to me because I don't, I've never been in that situation, so I can't understand. I can only understand to a certain extent. I can only understand on what you tell me. Um, so it's crazy, bro. Like, what it is. So, and friends. this go for like the kids. So, and your friends, bro. Your friends are supposed to be your friends. You're supposed to love your friends to a certain point that you can have trust for your friends. Why are you trying to fight your friends? Why are you hurting your friends' feelings? Why are you blackmailing your friends? Why are you telling your friends if you don't do this, I'm gonna do this? Like that's not cool, bro. That is not cool. Like, everybody want friends. Everybody want a lot of people to be around, but it's not enough people just to, it's not it. I don't even know, bro. Like, where do snakes even go, bro? Like, where they friend group at? Do they just like have a friend group full of snakes, or just kind of they just sit alone and chill? I don't understand that. Like, I never did. Like, how could you be so mean to somebody who did nothing to you and who thought that you loved them, but obviously it wasn't the same? I'm not. Oh, another thing. If I say something that's like, it don't really make any sense, just correct me on it because, I have never really spoke. Like, I don't public speak. I did a couple times, but that's about it. So if I say something wrong, just correct me. I'm only going off what's in my head. I'm not going off my presentation or anything else like how everybody else did. Um, so with family, it's crazy because like I was looking, I would be scrolling on Instagram. I'd be talking to friends. I'd be texting. I don't really FaceTime. Um, so they be telling me that they family say like she think that her family don't like her. I asked her why. She say they always talk about me. They give me dirty looks, etc., etc. And then like when she don't want to do something with them, then it become an issue with them. And I'm not, what's she gonna do? What can she do? Like, it's not because I don't. You feel me? Running away. That's not. I don't want to say no. That's the right answer, but sometimes it is, and sometimes it's just not. And to run away from your family, that's not something that you want to keep. Like, think about it as in if you run away, what's next? Like, what you gonna do next with your life? Period. Like, what you gonna do? Ain't nothing that you can really think past, like, getting out the house and just going somewhere else. Like, you gotta really think that out. And it's like it's one of those things that you can't really just go out and do. So, you know, I try to do the best I can, just the help that I do with my friends and stuff. So that it.
Yeah, well, Miss Joni, I feel like you want to say something. I'm gonna let
I
you.
was preaching. No, I just want to say great job and thank you for bringing such an important topic to the forefront because it definitely needs to be talked about. So thank you. You did an amazing job.
Thank you.
Absolutely, Dee. And especially like I'm just really proud of you because you really stepped up. You said you wanted to get on here, and not only are you getting on here for your first session and just speaking fact, but you're talking about such an important issue that, like you said, impacts so many people, and we don't even know. We don't even talk about this stuff. So, thank you for stepping up and talking about the difficult conversations. And something else that stuck out to me too is like you say, you haven't even experienced this yourself, but the kind of person you are, it tells me you have a lot of empathy, sympathy, and that you were showing skills of a leader because sometimes things don't always have to impact you for you to care. Leaders care about the people around them. They want to make sure that they're really bringing other people up and seeing other people do well. So, Dee, you just exposed yourself, honey. You are definitely a leader. We are going to be looking for you. The boys are trying to step up. I see y'all. We need
Right?
we need your voice. We need your gifts and your talents. And yeah, that's like the first thing I wanted to say.
Yo, you know what stuck out to me that he said?
What?
When he was talking about like not running away from your problems, when he was talking about like how some people want to run away from home, they think that that's going to fix the problem.
Yeah.
Like, I just feel like that needs to be highlighted so much because people think that problems are going to go away. Like they don't. You just learn how to deal with problems. And that's like one of the most dangerous habits that you can create is not dealing with problems and just running away from problems. thinking that they're going to go away. So thank you for bringing that up, because I know a lot of people find themselves stuck in that situation.
Yeah, Darius, I was gonna ask you. So when you talk to your friends about running out, like, what is their plan? Like, do most people stay? Do they run away? Do they?
So they tell me that they want to run away, so they stay, like they stay home. But I ask them like why, and they don't never, like every single time they don't ever really give me a definite answer on why. I mean, well, they give me why, but like they don't give me like how was they plan. Sometimes it just be stay over my grandmother's house. You still connected to your family, so that's not running away. They can easily just go to your grandmother's house and then catch you. Like that's it's pretty dumb, but you know they don't never give me a good plan, so they will never really do it. The people that I've known never really ran away. They always stayed.
No, that's good. And I like that you ask people why, because that's really important. Like, I can't, there was one guest mentor, and she was saying, instead of like when kids want to run away, there's a why to it. So why, and I feel like helping people ask that question, not trying to comfort them, not trying to like say that their situation isn't tough, but if people can get to the root of the why, then you can start creating that plan. So maybe it's because their communication is lacking. There are resources out there, y'all. We would love to help y'all. There's not enough. I think I saw Coach Johnson said that they don't teach enough people about life skills, and then they wonder, want to know why people aren't doing well in life. So that's the first one. But that's why we're here for y'all, because we can help you look for some life skills and look for some communication tips. And it's tough, but the beautiful part about it is that you get your family that you are born with, and then you also get to be your best self and attract other people that you can call your family too. So
Yes. Darius, I really want to hear more of your thoughts too about the abuse situation that you talked about, like especially like among peers. Like, what do you think the role is for people who see abuse happening?
mm,
Like, a
Like,
person know that their homeboy beats up on their girlfriend.
well, personally, if I had a homeboy that punched on this girl and stuff, because I'm not one to fight a female, and my mother always told me if a female want to fight you, just leave her right then and there because she obviously ain't for you. So I try to teach that to I don't want to say to my homeboys. I try to teach that to my homeboys so they would never have to come to a situation where it's they always getting physical with their girl. But it was like one time, well, I couldn't really, like he said that he was going to go fight his girl. I'm like, hold up, why? Like, what's the point? Mind you, he like how old he is, like around 20, but he's still my man. So I can't really do too much to stop him. He's a big guy. So, I try to talk to him the best I can, but I can only do so much. So, it's not much that I can really do. But it's crazy because like you choose to put your hands on a female. Like go fight her father, go fight her brother. I mean, obviously they not in a situation, but you're not ready to go put your hands on somebody who's obviously smaller than you. Or even if she is bigger than you, she's still a female. Like she can like, bro, what's your purpose? Like if you want to settle your issues, you want to settle your problems, talk about it. Talk to her, communicate. Communication is the best thing that can ever happen in a relationship. Good, bad, mediocre, like no matter what, communication is best. So if bro, how you gonna communicate with your hands? Like how you gonna communicate with, trading punches, bro? I don't get that. Like either if you wanna get physical, tell her play a sport with you. Like you feel me? Like there's no need to put your hands on a female. I don't get that. Like it don't make no sense to me. Like it's because my mother always told me, like don't put your hands on a female or if it if it comes to it, like if a female put her hands on you and you keep telling her to stop, she keep agitating you, you feel me? You got full permission, but like I don't condone putting your hands on a female. Like if she keep agitating you, keep putting her hands on you, just try to leave the situations alone. If she don't leave you alone, that you gotta do what you gotta do. But I don't. You feel me? Like y'all arguing, and then you slap her. Like no, what, bro? No, that don't make no sense. That goes the same thing for girls too. Y'all arguing, you slap your boyfriend. What's the point of that? Like, what is that fixing? Like to me, if I'm arguing with a female and she slapped me, the conversation is over with. I'm done. I'm done being around her. She cut. Like there's no conversation no more. Like we done. Like we done. But like you had no point of doing that. And if I do the same, then it become a real big issue. Like it become a real big issue. So I choose to stay away from it. So and like among friends, like that put their hands on each other, like actually fight, not like play fight all the time. Cause I got a lot of friends who play fight all the time, and you know, like let's say y'all are friends and y'all actually get into it, y'all actually start fighting. I got boxing gloves. I used to box, so if my friends having issues, I tell them put on the gloves. Like no matter what time it is, I come back home, Mom, I'm ready to go back outside. And they for me they handle their issues. You don't need to fight your mans. You don't need to fight your friends. Like girls too. Like if you wanna fight, put on gloves. You don't need to be hurting your friends. Like you feel me? If you want to settle differences, settle them other types of ways. Like there's constructive ways to settle your differences, even with competitiveness or you feel me? Like if you want to fight, put on gloves. Like like what are you fighting your friends for? You fight your friends and then y'all become friends, like best friends the next day. That don't make sense. You fight and y'all becomes best friends. That like after you fight your friend, the whole friendship, the whole trust, everything that you got is over with. Everything that you had is over with. You feel me? Like and I don't, just fighting end the whole relationship, and people just don't know why. I mean, obviously it makes sense why, but people don't understand how bad it really is. Like how it's really like you're not supposed to fight like anybody for real. Like it's not. I mean, unless it's like mandatory, but you're not supposed to put your hands on another person, another human being.
This is so real. Cause y'all just you can't say it enough. Fighting is not okay. It's not normal to be hitting someone that you love. It's not normal to be tearing someone down verbally or emotionally. You know how people should be treated. And even if you see that, that's not normal, y'all. And it's okay to ask for help if you see some of that stuff or you know somebody. Please ask for help. You are not alone. And there's other ways to communicate your feelings than fighting, tearing somebody down verbally, cussing. Like, y'all, that is really not okay. And you have to nip it. The moment you see it, y'all, the moment you feel that or experience that in your relationship, please know we are here for you and you are not alone. You do not have to stay. And I know situations get sticky, but just talk to somebody because that stuff is not normal. That is toxic. That's toxic. You should not have to yell and raise your voice at someone to get your point across. You should not have to cuss at someone and tear them down to get their point across. And you definitely should not have to put your hands on someone to communicate how you feel. It's toxic and it's not okay and it stops with us.
I got
And
it.
sorry, there's just one more thing too, because we have to be mindful that there's other relationships too, same sex relationships. Girls and girls don't be hitting each other. Boys and boys don't be hitting each other. It's not about gender. It's not, you should not be hitting anybody you love. And like Darius, like you said, that play fighting, that cussing, you have to set those boundaries early with your partner. I really don't like to be cussed at because it starts playfully, then you're really cussing each other out and things are getting elevated. You have to use de escalation techniques. You got to walk away, you got to step away. Don't play fight because it starts escalating quickly. But go ahead, Darius. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure we said that so everybody.
Like I don't mean to say nobody business, but I had I got family members. I'm not sure if she's still in the same situation, but she was, and I know that for a fact. So my aunt, she would fight her boyfriend, but her boyfriend drug dealer, yada yada yada. Mind you, I can beat him up now, but back then I couldn't do much. I couldn't do anything. So my mother just told me to just stay away from what they got going on, because you can't do much, and my mother don't want me to get hurt. And after I get hurt, then it become a whole issue, and everybody's trying to hurt him because he hurt me. But I can't. What can I say to another man putting his hands on my aunt? You feel me? I can't do much. I can't really say nothing, because every time like I would try to talk to her about it, she'd probably dismiss me, or she'd tell me to go do something. Either way, it's not right, and it's not okay. And you know that's it. That's all I had to say. Like,
Miss Johnny, did you want to say anything?
Well, Darius, I'm so sorry you had to experience that. I just can't even imagine that feeling of helplessness when you see somebody you love being hurt. I did want to lift up Deaja's comment
Yeah.
when you were talking, Darius. She said that her boyfriend was fighting and he made her black out. And Mr. Elaborator said that he used to be in the space. It's not him right now, but he said he used to be one of the people fighting on girls and beating girls up. So like it's just sad. It's sad. It's sad, and it's hard to believe that that people were even in those spaces. And like especially you, Deasia, like I hope that that's not your current guy, because you deserve so much more. Like nothing is right about that at all.
Yeah.
well, I think because I don't want to put nothing on anybody, but I want to say it's a group type of thing, like because from being young you should know how to respect women, or respect boyfriend, or have a boundary when it comes down to respecting each other. But I do hope that y'all learn that you need to do.
But that's why examples are so important too. Because if you don't have an example, then to some extent you don't know. And I don't like to give people excuses, but it's just like say if you grow up in a household and that's what you witness, like you think that that's okay. If you see somebody beating up on your mother and your mother not doing nothing, like you think that that's okay. And especially being a male, I mean, I'm not a boy, so I can't speak for boys, but I can just only imagine any logical person. If you see that happening, then that can easily become a part of you without you even knowing whether you wanted to be or not.
That's the worst part, y'all, because that's why your environment is so important. And even if you can't change your physical environment, you can change the people that you hang around with, because that will change your norms. Like there'll be an understanding around you and your friend group. Like, no, we don't do that. Like if you're around people and they are comfortable telling you that they hit people and they are, using violence to communicate, that should be a red flag to you. Like, nah, no, 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 because that's not, you have to change your norm. We have to change this idea that that is okay, because too many people have seen it for too long and they don't know any better. They didn't have the resource. Like Michelle says, no excuse, but everything has a why. But all we can do is like control ourselves and make sure that we are not continuing that legacy, and we're not creating an environment where people think that that's normal around us. Like that's not okay. And I think Deja was asking about how do you control your anger when things in your past have like really hurt you and taking a toll on you. Dee, do you have any advice for how to control your
Yeah, because I don't want to say I got anger problems, but I can visibly show you that, because I don't want to say I got anger problems, but playing the game made me mad too. And when you got anger issues, that become like a whole different type of thing, right? But the best thing I can say is like either go take a walk. If you got a dog, go attend to that dog, wash the dog, you know, do things by yourself. You don't need others. But take a walk. You feel me? If you could go play sports, go practice on that sport. Things that can keep you grounded, or people that you can talk to that they won't be all like, oh, they won't be all in your business, but they'll tell you they just keep you. You feel me? Like they won't be all up in your business, but they make sure that you good. Like they make sure like you won't be doing anything. They gonna keep you distracted from what you mad about. You can clean your room, make up your bed. That's obvious. You can go outside. You know, go take a run, go take a walk, go listen to music. But they the things that I do when I'm mad. You know, I go outside. I be alone. I just sit quietly because obviously, if there's something going on in the house, you don't want to be in there. So, feel me? Go call some friends. Tell them go meet you somewhere. Like go look at nature. I like nature. I like water. I like watching water. So go look at a river or something. Go look at a bay. Like we got. I don't want to say we got a lot of different activities, but it's a lot of things you can do by yourself. Cause well, I'm the only child, so I only have myself. So I know a lot about this. So you can either go outside, go make some new friends. I don't do that. I mean, you can if you want to, but
No.
I'm not really with that. So go outside, go play basketball, go play football. If you don't like that, go. I don't know what girls do.
We do all the things. We do the same stuff. Do you know?
No,
No, because it be just like sometimes they just be on their phone, just watch Netflix, watch YouTube, you watch TikTok, bruh.
oh, that be y'all too.
Yeah, I
was gonna say,
like
watch your screen time. Watch your screen time. Too much.
Miss Simone, why I used to want to be an only child so bad.
Really, Miss Johnny? I love having siblings. I used to ask my mom every day, "Is it time yet? You coming?" Like I'm bored. Like,
You ain't the oldest, are you?
I am.
You are?
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
The oldest is the best.
Y'all must have had plenty of resources.
We were blessed. We really were. But that's why, because I want everyone should have a good childhood and opportunity to grow. Like that should just be basic. Not to say you won't have any challenges, because that still builds your character. But y'all, no, anything that I could do to get what I have, I'm gonna do it.
I ain't appreciate not being the only child until I was an adult.
That's real. Why? Because being the oldest, that like builds you as a leader early. I feel
You're
like.
right. You right. I mean, and I mean, now looking back, I see how it helped shape me. But I ain't need that at 8 years old.
No, that's real. Sometimes y'all be having full lives at 8 years old, and I'm just like, that's not. Y'all should be free, be happy. There's too much other things you have to deal with. Protect your peace. Like, focus on your family, focus on yourself, bettering yourself. Don't be letting, because y'all know we say hurt people, and it's true. Like these problems we're talking about is just manifestation of people carrying and holding burdens and hurt. And it looks like weakness if you step away or if you don't let people get to you. Like people want a physical manifest, but it's so much power and resilience and discipline when you can just like be that bigger person and like be able to control yourself. I know it's not easy in the moment, and even me and my sister sometimes talk about, but sometimes people need to be popped. And I'm like, you're right. Sometimes people, but I'm not gonna be the person. I don't know who's gonna do it, but they'll get their pop from somebody. I just can't. There's too much stress.
Now we talk about abuse, and you said they need to be blocked. Hey yo, I do got a quick question for Darius though, real quick, because I know our time's short. So D, what would you say to people? Like, how can we help people intervene more effectively? Because it kind of broke my heart listening to you talk about your friend saying like, he older than me, he 20, like what can I do? I try to tell him, but that don't change his behavior. Like if you could recommend some type of strategy, like what do you think would be effective to where as though the people like you who want to do the right thing can really effectively intervene to where as though the abuse actually stops?
All right. So, what I would say, it probably wouldn't stop the abuse, but it will, put it on a good little hold. because it's two people in a relationship, and if they both not on the same page, obviously it's abuse. But one of them don't want to fight the other. I'm gonna talk to both of them. Give them a fair warning. Go home. Bye. See you. We won't be seeing each other. They won't be seeing each other. It's no need for y'all to be together if y'all gonna put your hands on each other. And just try to make it make sense for her as it does for him. And I'm gonna tell them both, tell me the situation, and I'm gonna just explain it the best way I can, without getting on hurting somebody's feelings or getting somebody really mad. I'm just gonna tell them what the other one is feeling and tell them to put their self in their shoes. Because obviously people in abusive relationships, they don't communicate. They don't communicate verbally. And if they don't see each other, then they can't put hands on each other. They can't put hands on each other. So, that's what I'm here for. I'm always the middleman. I'm always the one to try to keep people from fighting. I don't really like that when people just fight for no reason. Well, so my best way is just to try to make both of them understand both sides. Try to make both of them understand what the other one is trying to say, and maybe then they'll probably talk it out. Not in person, but they'll talk it out.
I love it. Thank you so much. And y'all put down them weed and them drinks too, because that only make it worse.
Don't drop
Just
that.
a quick PSA. No, I wasn't trying to start nothing. Just a quick PSA. Put down those drinks. Put down that weed, because that make it worse. Carry on.
That's it. Not carry on. We definitely are going to have our conversation about drinking and smoking. So if anybody wants to be I can't. It's a surprise.
We need that. We need that.
Yes. So if anybody's interested in being on that session, hit up my DMs, love_Simone with 2 E's. We really need to talk about this guy.
We're going to need a part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4.
No, seriously. We probably need a part 2 of this too. This stuff is too important, y'all. We're not here to just talk to talk. We want to really get into that personal growth, professional growth. Like, we are here for y'all. So message me. Darius, this was amazing. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, D.
This is great. So I'm going to drop my jewel so you can leave us on a good note. But my jewel would just be, I promise y'all, you are not alone. If you need help, please reach out. We can't say we can fix everything, but what we can do, we will do. And just remember to tell yourself that you are loved, you are enough, you are worthy of the greatest love, and you deserve nothing less than that. So just say that to yourself in the mirror today. I'm going to ask y'all tomorrow, did you say it to yourself? Tell yourself some affirmation. Okay.
Do I got to say one too?
Yeah, drop the mic on us. You know what we do.
Let's see. All right. I just need everybody to know that there will always be somebody that you can talk to, even though it feel like there's nobody there. So, you got teachers, counselors, if not family, friends, some friends. Play your game. You can tell people in the game your feelings, and they don't even know you, but they listen. They definitely listen. But that good?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. That's a good jewel.
Okay, D. Okay.
I can't wait for part 2 of this. And y'all, when Miss Simone do the one about the drinking and smoking, we need people that actively smoke and actively drink too, because we can't have a conversation one-sided.
Yeah, it's all right, y'all. We gonna have a family meeting. It's no judgment, but we got
and no judgment.
None.
You gonna hear our mouth, but no judgment.
Now they're not going to come, Miss Jones.
All right, just don't be high when y'all come. You gotta tell them, Miss Simone. All right, bye, y'all. Bye.
See y'all tomorrow.
All right, see y'all tomorrow. Thank you, Darius. See you. Yo, what a great session, yo. Miss Simone always get us right. Look, I had to do the PSA, yo, because people will come in here and messed up. Look, but y'all make sure y'all hit up Miss Simone for real, though, because that's an important conversation that has to be had. But go, take y'all break. I see y'all back in 15, yo. And we're back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hey, y'all, how y'all feeling? I hope y'all had a great break. Don't miss Simone's session. Always get us right, y'all. I swear, y'all. I swear, Miss Simone always get us right. And shout out to D. D, thank you so much for bringing up that very important conversation. And I'm definitely looking forward to the part 2. All right, y'all. Y'all know how we do. This is like my favorite part of the day, y'all, when we get to meet somebody new, y'all. So let's check out our guest mentor for the day and get it rolling. Miss Audrey, how you doing?
I am well. How are you?
Good.
A little nervous.
Yes. Don't be. We all family here. How you feeling though?
I feel good. I've been looking forward to this. So I'm here. I'm an open book. So hopefully my story will be, inspiring to the youth.
I can already tell that it will be. And y'all, just full transparency, I'm just meeting Miss Audrey myself.
I know. We've been communicating through email on different things. So it's great to finally meet you virtually in person, face to face.
Yes, so nice to meet you too. And thank you for just sharing your time and sharing your space, because I know busy professionals, it's hard to kind of lock down and do stuff like this. But thank you for volunteering your time. It means so much.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I've had an opportunity to work with some of the heartbeats. So it's been a fulfilling experience for myself. So I'm honored to be here and ready to get started.
That's awesome. Oh, we gotta talk about that. I didn't know you work with some of these heartbeats. We're gonna get into that. Take a little note on that. So take us back, Miss Audrey. Spill all your tea. Like, where are you from? What was your childhood like growing up? Tell us all that.
So I am from Oakland, California, born and raised. It's on the West Coast and it's northern, so it's not La La Land, Los Angeles. So I grew up in a place where, it reminded me a lot of DC. When I came over to go to college, I went to Howard University. So as they would say, we grow up in real situations. I come from a single family. My mom raised my sister and I, and we just had a very humble experience. And like I said, it reminded me, I didn't feel too much out of place when I came to the East Coast, to DC, to go to college. That's where I'm from. I left there, moved to DC to go to college, and never moved back to the West Coast.
Wow.
So, interesting story. I mean, even getting to Howard was a journey. My mom thought it was extremely too far for me to go. First time leaving home. I was determined, though. I was a big fan of The Cosby Show. Seeing our folks, in this prospering situation, these great jobs, but then also the different world. And so I was like, I want that, right? My education was in Oakland public school system. I will say that I was fortunate. My mom was one of those people that used her girlfriend's zip code to get us into different school that wasn't around the corner, but maybe up and around the way. So I had an opportunity where, my classmates, there was a level of diversity, and I grew up, I was in class with Greeks, Asians, Mexicans. So I had sort of a very breadth experience and deep global experience in my primary education. But going to an HBCU, I was like, that's where I'm going. And my mother was determined. I assume here too, when you live in a state, it's, you get benefits for going to a college in the state that you live. I got accepted to UC San Diego, UCLA, San Diego State. I didn't apply for anything northern because my goal was to get away from home.
Wow.
So in terms of California, I was trying to go south. But after doing an HBCU tour my sophomore year, I was sold. Howard University is where I wanted to go, and I was determined to go. And so you know how administration and how and HBCUs can be a little different than our other schools. So I didn't get my acceptance till like 2 days before high school. And when I got my acceptance, I was like, "Mommy," and she wasn't trying to hear it. I think I remember calling her on the phone, and she's like, "I'm busy. We'll talk about it when we get home."
Wow.
Now, I'm really grateful for my grandfather who convinced her to let me go, see how it happens, see how she does. And I came and never looked back. You know, I worked hard. It wasn't quite the experience that I thought, you know, going into this, I was like Black folks, family reunion all day, every day. But it was a tremendous learning experience about our people, economic classes, different economic classes, folks from, you know, the Caribbean and from Africa and just other places. It was, I would not change it for the world. I mean, down to trying different foods. You know, I just didn't have that experience in California. So it was a blessing. From there, you know, I worked in high school. I was always a person that I was motivated from money. I wanted nice things. I wanted to be able to have money in my pocket. And I remember my mom had a best friend that worked for Clorox. She was an executive at Clorox. She stayed in the hills. She had a great, nice house, nice cars, and I loved being around her. And so I say that to say I wanted nice things. And so I worked hard in school, but I always tried to have a job. I was able to get an internship while my junior year, the summer going into my junior year at Howard at Kaiser Permanente. Wow. And worked my butt off. I think it was for the summer, but I wrote a letter. I think I was getting $10 an hour at the time. I wrote a letter toward the end of that summer experience to my director and said, "Hey, you know, I can do 20 hours a week. I can come on Tuesdays and Thursdays." Because I was like, I'm making this money. I have to keep making this money, right? It helped me put a little ease on my mom in terms of her sending me money on a regular basis. And like I said, I was motivated by just having some money in my pocket and being able to do things and get things that I wanted. And so being in college, I was able to, you know, put some money aside, pay for my books, just other little living expenses that my mother didn't have to do for me. And so they were impressed that I wrote this whole little letter about what I can do, what I've learned, you know, where I saw opportunities for me to kind of, you know, some ideas about how they can do things differently. And so from there, I worked 2 years. So a summer opportunity turned into a 2-year internship. Wow. And they gave me a $2 increase because when you're no longer like a summer intern or something, they had to give you a supplement because I wasn't receiving benefits. So because I wasn't receiving benefits, I got like $12 an hour. I was like, are they serious? So, you know, that was right up my alley. So I juggled school and work my last 2 years of school. They offered me an opportunity right out of school and I took it. And, you know, I'll just stop there. I don't know if you have other questions, but it was that's where I started my career in healthcare and at that organization.
Yeah, no, we loving this. You're doing great. So that's where you are now in healthcare.
Yeah. So I have been in healthcare and academia. So I worked my first 6 years at Kaiser Permanente in Mid-Atlantic State, so in Rockville, Maryland. And that's where my background, my degree from Howard is in economics. So I've always been interested in sort of business. I started off in accounting, board, went to finance, board. And what's interesting is me and my mom had this discussion when I was choosing my major for college. I had taken an economics class in high school and did very well. She was like, "Well, you like that. You should try that." I was like, "I don't want to do that. I want to do accounting," because I knew accounting people always have money in their pocket, right? I was like, "No, I got it at accounting class and was bored to death." So switched to finance. And then I ended up in economics, like my mama initially told me. And again, I think it was more of understanding the push and pull of why decisions are made, not just internally from an organization's perspective, but what are sort of the outside factors that lead organizations to make decisions in terms of, demand and supply, and what are those different things that, support that and drive that. And so I think just the extra theory part around it and having to really analyze situations at sort of a larger scale was of interest to me. In terms of my work experience initially, I was in finance. I worked in what we called financial information systems. So all of the IT space that supports the financial systems. That was a blessing because that was sort of where I got my project management experience. How do you take a project from an idea to, execution? And so I was able to work with some phenomenal people on some huge projects. And then from there, I always knew I wanted to get my MBA, my master's in business administration. Now, going back to money in my pocket, I was concerned. I didn't want to, I knew I had to go back to school to get that, right? Get this graduate degree, but I didn't want to pay for it. I didn't want to incur any loans. So what I did was at all of the universities in the area, because I said, you know what? I'm sure I can go for free if I'm working for them.
Come on now.
And so I thought about that thing. I said, you know what? I'm going to leave this job that I've been doing really well at. I think within every year and a half, I was getting promoted and being able to, just add to my experience. I said, but I'm going to have to leave this because I'm going to go to a university, which it's funny because I'm at a university now. I didn't see that as my path, like as something, that, I'm going to go work at a university. Like, I didn't think that was kind of like cool, right? Like that was, but I had to go. I said, I'll be there 2 years. So I ended up applying for a job at George Washington University in DC, got the job, started the MBA program 3 months later after your promotion,
that probation period.
Probation period, right? Making sure you're going to stay a little while before you start getting your benefits.
Yeah.
So I jumped right in. And because I worked there, I was able to take classes during the day, work later in the evening, because I was determined on a 2-year program, and I did it. And like I said, it worked out. I think I didn't even have to pay taxes because I was working in the executive vice president treasurer's office in finance, and they saw as professional development to my current job. And so books, taxes, it all got taken care of.
Blessings. Oh my gosh.
Yes. Now, I mean, it was sacrifice. You make choices because I would have loved to go to a Wharton, right, or Columbia or MIT. And now, that's one thing I think about that I wish I would have probably thought of, had someone to kind of bounce that off of a little more in terms of options. Because there's some great benefits to those experiences as well. But at that moment, I was determined. My primary was I'm not incurring any more loans for myself.
And you did that. Oh my God.
They are like, I'm watching this chat. I'm like, oh my God, focus. My eyes are going like this. They are like active.
Right?
I'm like, hi, people.
You inspiring. Like this is, you don't understand how much hope you pumping into our blood right now. Like this is just amazing. And talk to us about how is it being a Black woman in that industry? Because I can't imagine that it's a lot of y'all.
No. And I'll say this, Joni, I was fortunate. I will say I was fortunate. My whole internship, when I was at Howard, I worked for a Black woman.
Oh, wow.
Awesome. One of my mentors today, Bonnie Sullivan, she is awesome. I learned so much from her, and she, took me under her wing when I left Kaiser. And she was one of the reasons it was very hard to leave, because when you kind of have that covering and you have someone that is interested in you and interested in your success, you want to stay there. And like I said, I did well. I got rewarded. I worked hard. So it was like a perfect situation for me. When I went to GW, I ended up working for another Black woman. And it was also a really great experience. And so until I ended up going back to Kaiser to work later in my career is when I sort of started to experience the space of, not being seen, not being valued in different ways, where I think it came a little natural with my previous opportunities. So yeah, you're right. So I'll pivot. I mean, when I was at Kaiser, again, I took a job because it was a contracted position. It was termed, and I said, I can do this. It'll work out. And it was really about, and it was what's full circle. When I was at Kaiser previously, they had these 5 different systems to manage how you order supplies, to how you manage supplies, how you receive the supplies, and then how you pay for them. All different systems, right? Crazy. When I went back to Kaiser, what was it, 2000 something, and they were now ready to put all of that on one system.
Wow.
So from the moment that someone orders something to all of those different steps to when a check goes to them to pay for it, right? So it was like cool to see because I remember all the 5 different systems, right? So I was here in the Mid-Atlantic states. I managed that for the supply chain, sort of bringing that new system up. From there, they wanted me to stay, and I ended up managing their procurement operations, which was a great team. They did very well and didn't really need me. I'm an idea person. I'm a strategy person. I improve how we do things. I'm less of an operations person, like doing the same thing every day. So that's really what procurement can be. Is sort of, they're processing purchase orders. They're paying, they're creating these purchase orders and they're creating that. So I was bored. An opportunity came up within the supplier diversity space. And so I said, you know what? That's different. I'm interested to see, and Kaiser had made this big spiel about, we're going to be in the $1 billion club, which means they would spend $1 billion a year with minority diverse businesses. And so I said, okay. And so I got in that role. I connected it to, marketing, and I was an individual contributor. So I didn't have a team. And so I started building relationships in the region, nationally, on how can my work help the organization? How can it, get the word out about healthcare, and how can I support them making communities healthier? And so there was this connection building around economic impact. And so how Kaiser spends all of their assets, meaning the supplies they buy, right? And how if they buy from smaller businesses, local businesses, they help those businesses grow. And we know that, in communities that Kaiser serve is DC, Baltimore, where, companies need, you need jobs. And we know without jobs that people are just kind of in a jacked up situation because everything requires paying for, right? And so then that's a direct connection to people's health. So how can you have a healthy community if you're not supporting the things that lead to health? And so it was great for me to get in that space and start to make the connections internally in the organization, find local businesses that we can take some of our money from some of these large contracts and support them, maybe even make them prime on certain things. Wow. And so that put me in a space where it was just fulfilling. Like I actually felt full circles, like here I am working on making the ecosystem, creating an ecosystem that is addressing disparities, right, within the community, but also getting people jobs. Talking to Kaiser about how we can have initiatives around food How can we put food in these communities? And so it's interesting how life kind of goes full circle, right? I remember often saying, I want to do accounting. And my mother's like, well, you did well with economic development. So here I am now at, Johns Hopkins. And I work with Alicia Wilson, who is phenomenal, but I'm director of economic innovation and strategy. So now in my role is how can I make sure that Hopkins is being innovative in the space of economics, right? How we're not just supporting small businesses, but how do we take it further? So right now we're doing some work in terms of looking at the gaps, like what's not being done. Because we know in the last year, everybody's standing up to do more, spend more. But there's some gaps that, what are some things that we can do differently? And so I love what I do. It's like I said, it's very fulfilling and it's needed, and it's a hard space. I talk about Kaiser, I talk about Hopkins. Everyone doesn't see this and feel it this way. And so part of this journey is bringing people along internally, and really connecting the work to the business imperatives of the organization. Because at the end of the day, the bottom line matters, right? Businesses exist, they have mission, they have purpose, they have goals that they're trying to accomplish. So how in your work can you make the connection to make sure that the organization is meeting what it needs, but you're also meeting the needs of the community? And so, I'm proud of the stuff that we're able to do.
You speaking all to my soul right now, Miss Audrey, because I'm kind of sort of hearing that if, for example, we had let's just say some small business owners who happen to be heartbeats and they have products or services that your organization can use, you would contract with them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And we're constantly looking for opportunities. The start of the pandemic, and I'm about to shout out one of your heartbeats, is Camry. Yes, such a beautiful person and far beyond her years, right? Because she and Mar and Young Elder were on our COVID strategy group that the institution. So when COVID hit, we had to stand up a cross-institutional kind of anchor team to focus on, kick it in gear really fast. Like, what are we going to do for the school system? What are we going to do for the folks that need food? What are we going to do for people that need, PPE? Like, it was all crazy. And so those were some long nights. We had a youth committee and they were on our youth committee and they informed us, because sometimes we all can be at a table talking and thinking about what's useful to youth and what is valuable to you and miss the mark so much. And so I think we hit things, we targeted and we had some successes, especially because they were a part of those conversations and discussions. So I want to shout them out. But one of the programs, and this was an idea from Camry, who's an entrepreneur who was, it'd be great to have a conversation with established businesses who've likely, had ebb and flows, had some successes, who had a little bit of a journey, right? With some of those that are new and that are, just starting up and who may be trying to get to where they are. And so we started this series called Entrepreneurship Matters last summer. And Joni, it was only supposed to go through the summer, meaning it would have probably been 8 weeks at the most. We are celebrating our 50th week.
It's still going?
Yes, it's still going. The 50th week at the end of July. Wow. And really it was to let people know that there are businesses out there right in our community, in our neighborhood. And we have hundreds of people watching. It's every Thursday. We do live on Facebook at 1:00 on our JH Connects channel. And it's just amazing. The conversation and dialogue, people have an opportunity to ask questions. People are saying, what's your website? I'm gonna get on right now and order something. And so there's just this love that happens and the support that happens that we're proud of. And again, if it's something Camry wouldn't have thought of, it was an idea from her and we made it happen. So I wanted to make sure I, give her kudos for such a successful program because, you look at the data, 50 weeks really means 100 entrepreneurs, right? Because there's 2 of them every week. And so they talk about their journeys. There's other entrepreneurs that watch that often say, wow, I think I'll keep going because I'm not in this alone. This is kind of what's happening. And so it's very inspiring. And so it's another thing that we had no idea a year later we would be still doing this. And so one of the points I like to make is, I wasn't one of those people in my personal or professional journey that just had everything charted out, right? I will say I kept open and interested. So I always was curious. I always wanted to learn and always wanted to do well. Right. Again, I still say sometimes I have a motivation of nice things and I want my money, but it's nice to, have impact. And so, I career-wise, I'm in a really good place right now. I enjoy the people and the work that I'm doing because I do get to see the results of it and how it's impacting. So it's a great place.
I love that so much, Miss Audrey. And it's so important because sometimes people say that they want youth at the table and they get them to talk and share their ideas and stuff, and nothing ever happens. So it's just so refreshing to know that you guys really took it and did something with it, and clearly it's thriving. That's amazing.
Yes. I mean, it was a great idea, and like I said, I think a lot of the things, when COVID hit, we did a lot to entertain the students in Baltimore City Public School. We were doing poetry jams. We started doing them Instagram parties, movie night. We were doing movies every Sunday. So really hoping to give parents a break and offer something for, the youth to engage and have some fun in this new virtual space that we all were forced to be in. And like I said, a lot of that programming and things came directly from them. Because like I said, I don't even think it's called Instagram parties, but it's something. And I know I know they kept us in tune with what was happening out there in the social world. So we were able to uplift some of those programmings and offer it to the community.
That is awesome. I love it. And Miss Audrey, are you in Baltimore now? I know you say you're with Hopkins, but do you live in Baltimore now?
I don't live in Baltimore. Not yet.
you ain't gotta come because I
feel so bad. Baltimore, when you're talking to people, it's like Baltimore is Baltimore.
I always know, what brings people, why would you want to be here?
Yeah. So I will say this. Within my roles, I've always had to do some networking. I'm involved in organizations outside of the companies I work for. So you're out and about, you're serving on committees and boards and things. And one of the things as we started to, in my last role, I spent a lot of time in Baltimore, right? We were doing a lot of work in East Baltimore, West Baltimore. I was, engaging, meeting and network, building my relationships and meeting people. And I was having a conversation with my girlfriend. I said, it just seems so much easier in Baltimore to navigate. The people just seem so much easier, right? And so I love it. I think it is a close community. I love how, and like I said, I think about DC, but I also think about Oakland, right? And I think about Baltimore and just seeing how people care about the city. People have been here for a long time and have been fighting for different things for the community. And then you have people that are true and dedicated and committed to their city, right? Same things. And so those are things to me that are attractive to, working. And so when I say not yet, I will say when I started my job at Hopkins on March 2nd, what was that? 11 days before they sent us home for the pandemic or the COVID-19. So I had already had in my plans, I said, well, I'm going to see, with this commute, but I'll probably be moving to Baltimore. So of course, COVID put that on hold because we all had to work from home.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love the relationships. I love the city. There's different pockets of it that, reminds me of home. And so I think that's one of the things that for the folks that live and are from Baltimore that you all share, that it just like exudes from you. And so people are attracted to that connection that you all have with the city. So it's a good thing.
Wow. Well, you make sure you let me know what area you're going to be in before you move there. 'Cause
Okay.
I'm going to let you know if that's where you need to be or not. Because I can't
All
have you
right.
set up, Miss Audrey. I can't have you set up.
You sound like Alicia. Be like, where you gonna be? Okay.
Yes, exactly. Because we got to make sure you're good. And that's crazy. So you only known this role since the pandemic. That's crazy. How is that adjustment?
It wasn't I mean, when you start a new job, you're excited. And, Alicia had just gone on to Hopkins, I think maybe not even a year. It hadn't been a year yet that she was at Hopkins. So, and, our process of what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, it just got all slammed because we got totally focused on, supports around COVID. That went through November. It went through December. So there were times I was like, what is my job? Right?
Right.
What am I doing? And so even now, we're building our team where, everyone's kind of getting back to normal. We're trying to get back to whatever new normal will be. And it's amazing. I mean, the adjustment with the work, I think one of the benefits for me is it definitely put me on the fast track to where normally a large place like Hopkins would take me forever to meet different people and work with different people. But it was like folks were just thrown in, especially at, the leadership level, those that could really make things happen. And so I was able to quickly get acclimated, build those relationships. So now that I'm sort of standing up my own work and we're working on economic development stuff, it makes it so easy for me because I've been in, within crisis with some of these other people. And so I see it as a benefit. It was tough though. I want to say those first 2 weeks home, we were having meetings on the weekends. When I say like being in Zoom, like 5-6 hours on Saturday and Sunday, working till 11 o'clock at night. But again, that was required, right? We wanted to make sure that we were doing what was needed and we were meeting some immediate needs. Because, it was something none of us planned for. Yeah, so we had to make the adjustments. Yep.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm glad you made it through and you ain't leave us. So
no. That kind of stuff builds muscle, right? You get in and you just do what you can do. And I think it was rewarding because we could see as we were helping and as we were, we could see what the work was doing. There was this immediate satisfaction. And so that's what was driving us, right? We needed to be able to meet those gaps and fulfill those needs. So no, it was good, but we were tired. Continue.
Oh my gosh. So look, right. So knowing the landscape of Baltimore and some of the like issues and challenges that young Baltimore faces, like, is there something like coming down the pipe or something that you guys are thinking about doing specifically for Baltimore's youth that you can share with us that might get young people excited?
So, we have had some continuous programming and definitely, been involved with including youth in our work. Through our department oversees the Goldman Sachs 10,000 small business program. The youth are involved in that. We've had 2 interns with us that have uplifted a few different programs around community superheroes. So they're out identifying folks that are doing some amazing things. I think right now there's, Know Your Rights that's happening on Mondays.
That's Know Your Rights.
That's under us. And so we know youth are important. They are the future. And I think that we believe that getting them and supporting them at that stage, you build leaders, right? And you educate them on the things the way they need to go. And then we also believe that exposing and working side by side with them to address some of the issues, you're developing those leaders, right? They're the people that are going to come behind us and take on the torch and continue the fight, and continue to create and really be connected. So we take that time. We have interest in them. We constantly, we have so many interns in our office. From a college perspective, we have some now. There's a business showcase that's going to happen. We have, a student from Compton State and a student from Morehouse, and they've been working together. Their summer project has been, doing this business showcase for local businesses that's coming up in August. So we give them the space to create and to address things that we're working on. Supporters give us new ideas, but we also allow them the space to get in there and get it done. So there's always work, bubbling up around youth. We see them, like I said, as a very important part of the things that we do.
Yes, I love that. And look, we need to get a little bit of the inside from you, Miss Audrey. So word on the street is that not a lot of young Black youth from Baltimore attend Hopkins, but that there is some type of opportunity that we haven't yet been exposed to where as though people could potentially get scholarships to go to Hopkins if you're from urban communities in Baltimore. Do you know anything about that?
I know a little bit about it. And I know that Alicia and our office is working in tandem with, HR and because we do want to increase and give opportunities. But yes, there is scholarships available for residents of Baltimore for Hopkins University. And so what I will do is make sure I get those details to you, because it is something that hasn't been taken advantage of. And so, and you're going to have folks that, I don't want to go to Hopkins because I live right here in Baltimore all my life. You know what I mean? That was me. I don't want to drive to Berkeley. I don't want to go nowhere here in California because I live here. But, for some, it may be a perfect opportunity. I mean, free education, or, you get an opportunity to get some of that, paid for. It's worth it. And, Hopkins is a great institution. And so I think that if we could engage and increase the population of residents into the school, that would be awesome. I don't have the details, but I can definitely make sure that is on my list to share that with you.
That would be amazing. That would be amazing, because I've heard people say like the opposite, like they don't think that they're good enough to go to Hopkins, or that like the space just doesn't seem welcoming. Like you see Hopkins, even though you walk past it every day, but you see it on this global stage. So it's like, no, that's not the place for me. So like, what would you say to any of our heartbeats who might be having that type of feeling, like they might not fit in, or it's not the place for them?
I think that's real in terms of, when you can't connect, and although something may be sitting right there, if you haven't found things to connect with it, it can be hard to see yourself there. What I will say though to people is to get rid of that, right? Be curious, do your research. It's only that way because they're not in that space yet, right? Like, get in that space and change it. I will say, like any other institution, Hopkins, it has criteria. So I don't want to say either that it's probably the easiest school to get into, because it's not. But we know we have some stellar students in Baltimore that are doing awesome things, that are getting the best grades, that are involved in organizations like yours, where they are conscious about community needs, and they're out there doing things to work toward, the betterment of the community. So don't just, I encourage them to, look into it, do something that's different, that feels uncomfortable, right? Because I think that's you'll be surprised how sometimes it's just assumptions and it's just a wrong perception. And so you have to challenge yourself to do the different, challenge the system, right? Like figure out why, right? Why, if I don't see enough of me in a space, then maybe I need to be the first one to kind of crack that open, right? Explore it and bring other people along with me. So that's what and I think that's what's wonderful about your organization and the leadership that these youth, have shown, is that you have to be different. If leadership isn't easy, it's not the familiar path. It's not always what feels good and comfortable. I can imagine, being I went to GW, George Washington University. I was the only Black person in my classes in graduate school. Wow. I went to Howard undergrad. So was that different for me? No, it didn't stop me from getting it because I was getting it for free. So I'm going to sit right here and be the only one in the class. And I'll be the only one that, one of few that walk across the stage and get my degree.
Come on,
and be better for it, right? So you have to be brave enough. You have to want it. And those are little things. Like those are sometimes those things exist because they've always existed that way. And, we've moved to what's familiar. Go for what's unfamiliar. See what's going on in there. Be curious.
Yes. We literally only have a few more minutes, but I gotta squeeze a little bit more juice out of you, Miss Audrey, because you're just giving us all the life. Real quick, right? We got like some 18 and 19-year-olds who feel like college isn't necessarily for them. Like they on the fence, they just don't know. What advice would you give to somebody like that with those feelings?
Here's what I would say. College, and I talked a little bit about it for me. There were benefits that, of course, I went to college because I wanted to get a degree. And then my thing is that I felt I needed that degree to get a better job, right? There's definitely different paths to getting jobs and getting better jobs. College, though, is a full balance experience as you growing as a person. So yeah, there's a huge component that's academia, that's going to class, that's studying, that's, becoming aware of a subject and a topic and meeting all the criteria to get that degree. But there are relationships down to your first roommate and what happened. So those people come from other parts of the country, other parts of the world. You experience them and my roommate was from Brooklyn, New York. She carried a green card. She was from Trinidad and Tobago. She's my best friend. And from her, the things that had, visiting her family for the holidays, seeing how other people live, and making connections. Like college to me is so far more that you get from it when you take full advantage than just a degree at the end. You've grown as a person because your eyes have been opened wider to a world that's not just within Baltimore or what's on your street or what's in your circle of friends, right? You've now allowed yourself to go out and learn about people, build some relationships, see what issues are important to other folks, where, from where they come from. What are other people motivated by? And then again, those friendships. And that's why I say the relationships are crazy. And what you all understand, it's great to have degrees. It's great to get great jobs, but you'll find out as, the competency of getting a job and meeting the qualifications is standard. As you go through that process, it's really about your ability to connect with people. It's really about your ability to build relationships, people looking out for one another, mentoring, sponsoring. It's the soft stuff that matters the most. And I think that college puts you in an unknown place to be able to grow, see, and just challenge yourself more, right? As opposed to, so that would be my benefit that I say that college will bring. And again, there's other ways, people do other things. You have people coming out of out of high school, starting businesses. You have people coming out of high school, depending what their craft is, whether it's writing or it's music. There's other ways, there's technical programs, some of the people that make some of the most money, the gamers, right? The technology, they never went to college.
Come on now. You preaching.
So you have to think about what is it that you want to do and flow in it. But I also say, there's always a good thing to have some solid like foundation, right? And so college is not all academics. I think that there's this world-rounded view and experience that you learn and that you are able to flow through, that you take away, and it helps you be a better person on the other side. But it's definitely not the only way. Have a plan. If it's not college, make sure it's something else, because those are your most important years, right? You don't have no attachments. You kind of can flow through the world and do your stuff, right? Because once you start getting grown people stuff, harder. It gets a little harder to start saying, "Oh, I'm gonna go do this." No, you got, you got your responsibilities and your bills and your stuff you committed to that you have to take care of.
Yeah, thank you so much, Miss Audrey. We are completely out of time. We just need one 5-second jewel, though. One small thing you're going to leave us with. 5 seconds.
Oh gosh, I would say one of the things that I would leave with you is believe in yourself, right? Whatever you need to do that, because there are gonna be times you're the only one. So if you have something in you and you want or you can do, go for it, right? People are always gonna be telling you what you can't do. And you'll hear that's always gonna scream louder than the other stuff. But you have to know in yourself that you can do it, and try new things and just do it. Knock it out the box.
Yes. Thank you, Miss Audrey. I appreciate you so much.
Everything. Oh my God. It's like I wish I could see all of them.
I know.
Hearts.
We appreciate you so much.
Yes, I'll be honored.
We're going to Shamrock and we'll be in touch for sure. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Right, bye-bye. Yo, was Miss Audrey not great? Yo, we went over a second, yo, but y'all already know. Go ahead and take your break. I see y'all back here at 12, yo. And we're back. What's up, y'all? I hope y'all had a great break, yo. I hope somebody is having a good day at work so far, yo. Like, seriously, do this even feel like work, yo? I know I say that like every day, but like, yo, seriously, do this even feel like work, man? I love it here, yo. I love it here. And you know what I love even more? Getting our favorite on here. Y'all know we love our favorites too much, yo. You know what we do at 12 o'clock, yo. Miss Money Mo. What's up, Miss Mo?
Hey, how are you?
Feeling?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing them. Did you see the guest mentor session, yo?
I did.
Yo, the part that I love the most is that here it is. I didn't even know Miss Audrey.
Yeah.
But yeah, yo, already she like, I work with some of the heartbeats and I love them.
Yup.
What more can we teach, yo, about relationship building and network building? That's it right there. It's literally nothing more to say about it, yo. Like that just warmed my whole little heart right there, yo.
Yeah, and the fact that she was able to like name them, like literally name them and what they did and how they contributed. Yeah, I remember that. I remember the start of that whole thing.
Right.
And it was cool.
Yo, my little icebox was melt, yo. My little icebox was on melt. I was like, wow, that's what you call impact right there.
Yeah. Most definitely. Listen, networking, it keeps coming up. You figure out how to do it.
They don't get it, yo. They don't get it, yo. And the people that don't network, that just keep to themselves, no connections, no nothing, you're gonna be at McDonald's.
I mean, and you know what? If you start there, that's okay. But you don't stay there. You don't stay there. If you start there, that's okay. That's what you get your experience. No? Okay.
You're gonna be either on the grill. You might be on fries if it's lunchtime.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay, yes. But I'm saying if that's where you start, you just don't stay. You don't stay there. And if you do stay there, you move.
Taking the orders.
Are we gonna have a good day?
Like, of course we're gonna have a good day, yo. I'm just saying, yo. I just don't want them to be on fries, yo. But you're right, yo. You can start there, but
I'm just saying for people work there now. People might work there right now. So I'm just saying for the people that may work there.
And that's a problem if you got other opportunities.
Yes. Okay. Okay, I get it, but I'm saying like literally right now they might be at their shift at McDonald's is what I'm saying.
And tell your manager you got other opportunities, yo. You gotta go.
Okay. All right.
I mean, like, yo, all right, because I'm not gonna hold us up. But the only exception is if you in there and they are seriously contributing to your personal and professional growth. Like, part of the reason why I stayed at McDonald's for as long as I did when I was there, yo, I was getting promotion like every year. Like, I was literally 18 years old with keys to multiple stores. Like, I wasn't just cleaning up. I started just cleaning up, but that wasn't where I was. But like nowadays, these new managers, they be tripping. They don't want to see you win. They be authority drunk. They be drunk off of all that power, thinking that they own you and thinking that your whole life is based around this little schedule they post in the break room. Like, what?
That is true. What I'm saying is, like, what if you're in there, you're right there, you just can't leave right now. You're actively pursuing opportunities. You're involved. You're trying to make better for yourself, but that's just where you are right now. I'm saying is you start there, that's fine, but you don't stay there and your mindset doesn't stay there. Is that okay or no?
You're right. No, you're right. You got me the mindset part. Your mindset does work a minimum wage job, don't have a minimum wage mindset. But get out of there, y'all. As y'all can see, Miss Audrey, it's just too many other opportunities. Why waste your time if you don't have to, yo?
That is true. That's true. I agree. Take advantage of the opportunities that are presented to you, especially if you tune into success sessions. Like, what you doing? Especially if you're involved in Heart Smiles, what you doing? Like, I don't know. I get it. I'm just saying, that's where you are right now, fine, but don't stay there today. Don't stay there today. Don't stay there tomorrow. Don't be there tomorrow. Okay. All right, you got somebody in here?
Yes, yo, yes,
Okay.
yes. You know we do. Track Star, what's up?
Hey y'all.
Hey Brian, how are you?
I'm good. I'm doing good.
Good. I'm good. I'm blessed and highly favored, as people like to say. I'm good.
Got the little side joint going on.
I was waiting. I thought it was gonna happen right when I logged in, but
no, I'm just saying it's cute.
thank you. I appreciate it. All right, Zai, you wanna we're gonna get started with our question, and then we're gonna continue our conversation really from yesterday about manipulation. We're gonna talk more about gaslighting. Here's some of Zion's experience. Somebody said, Miss Zion, I'm crying. Okay.
Yeah, I was waiting to address that. Y'all, I'm only 16. Let's wait until I'm 30.
You better get your respect.
I'm crying.
Track Star is okay. Y'all just can call me Track Star. Y'all don't have to call me.
Miss Miss Track Star.
Oh my goodness. not Miss Track Star. It's okay, Zion. It's all right if you miss. You can be you can be missed today if you want to, okay? Or no, that makes you feel old. Oh dang. Okay, that's fine. So what are we? We ancient?
Basically, I know I'm old. I own it. I could be all your grandmother for real.
No, my grandmother.
Yes, I can, because some of y'all mothers was fast, and we know it. We know it.
You did not just call your mother's fit. Oh
no,
my God.
Grandmother's my age, yo. And I'd be like, how you a grandmother?
I'm not in that. What you say, Zion?
I'm not even gonna hold y'all right now. My mother is a grandmother. And I think she's younger than you.
Your mother is younger than me. How is your mother a grandmother?
I just have a sister that was fast.
Everybody about to get off.
Hey, yo, we did a session on fast, yo.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do, yo. Because we got to slow it down. It starts with us. We got to slow it down.
Okay, we can have that conversation, but can we not? Oh my God.
All right,
everybody is
yo, but her mother is very much younger than me. Very much.
I don't think she's that younger than you.
Yes, she is. She like almost like 10 years younger than me, though.
No, she's not even that young. I don't even know. I'm trying to remember her age. Hold up.
Oh, you can't put that out there. Yo.
She's not that young, though.
Okay, this is over. Thank you for the first conversation. I appreciate it, but it's over. It's over. Shut it down. Question. I'm sorry. Question of the day. Which of Snow White's 7 dwarfs describes you best? So, if y'all don't know who the 7 dwarfs are, it's Bashful, Doc, Dopey, Grumpy, Happy, Sleepy, or Sneezy. I don't remember Sneezy, but okay. So, Bashful, Doc, Dopey, Grumpy, Happy, Sleepy, or Sneezy.
I'm gonna say Sleepy because you always gonna catch me asleep somewhere, right?
How?
Right.
Because I be taking these little. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna blow up your spot. Go ahead.
No, like I would be in a car and say, well, y'all know if I go to the city or whatever, the last 15 minutes of that city ride, I'm asleep. Like I'm gonna go to sleep. In school, not even at the whole job, I go to sleep after lunch. Go to sleep during lunch, during breakfast. Yes, like you're gonna catch me sleep if I'm sleepy. Like,
Yo, what
that'd
does
be dope.
dopey mean, yo? Because
Dopey's like that's like ditzy, right? Like you. No, that's not what
He's
that
the
is.
fun one. Is he the fun one?
Oh, I thought dopey was like you don't know anything. Let me see. I don't know. Dopeys.
oh my bad. I'm from Baltimore. I got the wrong idea. My bad. Carry on.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I
Carry
think
on. All right.
dopey is like it's like dumb. I hate to say it like that, but like stupid, like ditzy. I think.
Oh, okay. I had the wrong idea.
I think. But also, I could be wrong because I haven't watched Snow White in a little while. So, but that's what the internet says.
Yeah, it says idiotic, and the other one was what Miss Johnny said.
The other
Okay.
one, Doc.
The definition.
Oh.
Oh, Doc didn't have anything, right? Doc was just like a regular person, I think. Well, a dwarf, but a regular person. I think that's what Doc was. Maybe I should have had better descriptions because I don't remember all of them. But you know, Miss Johnny, which one is the one that you feeling like?
I'm gonna just go with safe. I'm gonna go with something safe. I'm gonna say grumpy.
Grumpy?
Yeah.
Why you grumpy? What's your grumpy self? Why you grumpy?
I don't see nothing else that's like even close.
Dang, you can't be happy. You don't want to be happy. No.
See, people be taking advantage of that happy stuff. No.
Oh my
You gotta think about Miss Johnny, right? Because if you are nice and happy or whatever, people want to try to get over you when they first meet you. But if you mean or something like that, like they're like, okay, I know not to play with her. Like, all right, but that's how you got to be around these days.
Craig Star. I rarely admit it out loud, but that be the leadership advice that I give people going into new leadership positions, yo. That's what I say. Yo, be the B. When you first coming in, be the B. You got to, because it's much easier to start high and then come down. But if you start low, you will never be able to gain your respect up.
Yes, it's oh my gosh. Just learn from me, y'all. You gotta have like that straight face on or something like oh my gosh, y'all know track. That's how you gotta be. You gotta act like you're serious or whatever. They're gonna be scared of you. Don't talk, don't do none of that. Like
Yo, not they
you
gonna
have
be
to have
scared
that.
of you, yo. I ain't say fear.
Not scared, but they're gonna learn to respect you.
You right,
They're gonna
yo,
learn to
you right.
respect you. Like, and that's how it be in school.
I mean, okay, that's fine. If you want to be grumpy, you be grumpy. I agree with Zion. I agree. Put some fear in their hearts, in their souls when you're running. When you run, when you listen, any sport, put some fear into your opponent. I'm sorry, maybe that's not the best advice, but like they need to know that you're not the one, nor the two, nor the three. They need to know. I don't care.
That's true, yo. That's true, yo.
I don't even care. Okay.
Now, if
All
you
right.
want to get one,
That's fine. She can get on. You got her. Can you send it to her, or you want me to send it to her?
you could send it to her.
All right, that's fine. I don't know what you're saying.
I'm trying to figure out just her Instagram that I just got, or
Child, don't give me the line. I don't know, but I got her phone number, so I can send it to her.
no, I got her Instagram. The names match.
Okay, all right, yeah, you go ahead and you send it, and that's fine. All right, let's see what y'all saying, because Miss Joni is grumpy, so just let her be over there grumpy. Okay. Minty said dopey. Some of y'all saying dopey, and I don't know how I feel about it. Tanaya said dopey. Savannah said sleepy. Donovan said Dot. Thank you, Donovan. Dot, he said was the intelligent one with like a slithering speech, I think is what he said. I don't know what that means. I'm not even gonna hold you. However, he was the intelligent one. Dante said dopey too. Naisha said dopey too. Why y'all feeling dopey? I don't want y'all to feel like that.
They talk about my dopey I was originally talking about. See, they playing.
Okay, all right. Janaya said happy. Taylor said between grumpy and dopey. Let me see. And Kayla said happy. Kendall, where am I from? Baltimore County, like Woodlawn, Mill area. That's where I'm from. Donovan said, yeah, he said Doc is an intelligent one with a fitter. I can't say that word. I'm not gonna look stupid up here. I don't know what that means.
You just gotta say stutter.
Is that what that means?
Yeah, that's what he put in there.
Oh, okay. Cool. For the stutter. Okay, that's fine. All right, cool. I was gonna say happy, but now I'm grumpy too because Miss Johnny, I'm really upset that she said grumpy. I'm just so mad about it. Okay, all right. Thank y'all for answering. That's the question of the day. Like I said, we're gonna go more into our conversation from yesterday, just kind of about gaslighting and like what to do more practically when it comes to like things that you may hear and how to handle them. And then Zion, you just jump in or interrupt me whenever you want to. And I'm also just gonna ask about your experience too, okay? Let's go. All right, so as a reminder, y'all, gaslighting is manipulating someone to the point where they believe that they are losing their minds. It's used by the world's greatest known dictators, people who are narcissists, things like that. So there are a couple of things that gaslighters will always do, whether it be one of these things or a mix of these things. So telling lies. They are lying liars. They are the best liars in the world. They will have you believing everything that they say. And you won't even know sometimes that they're lying. So just like the most unbelievable stories, saying things that don't make any sense, but it makes sense. They make it make sense to you somehow, some way. Actions do not match the words. So like I said, we're going to talk a little bit more about like what people say and kind of how to respond and see if they mean it. But they say things like, I love you. I care for you. I would never hurt you. I'm going to take care of you. Now, notice I say they say things like that. These things are actions. If you say that you love somebody, you have to show people that you love them. If you say that you care for somebody, you have to show people that you care for them. Hey, Naija. If you say that you will never hurt people, then never hurt them. If you say that again, if you say I'm gonna take care of you, we have to do that. So yeah, just people saying things, not really showing you, not knowing kind of where you are. Naija is fine. Did you want to say anything? Because I know Naija just joined us, so I didn't want to talk over her or anything. I want to hear if you can hear Naija too.
Naija, you want to go?
See, I missed all of that. I was trying to get on here. I had to pause my TV and because I had it on the TV. So I missed everything.
That's fine. That's okay. I didn't know actually where you came in. I just kind of switched and saw you in here. So I'm just glad we could hear you and all of that today. That's good. Zion, go ahead and say what you're about to say.
I could say for this, like giving like a little bit of advice, you can't believe everybody, and when you first meet them, you can't like, I don't know how to like just believe it or whatever like that. Cause with me, I have a big thing. Like if I met you 2 months ago and you telling me you love me, I'm about to feel skeptical because I only knew you for 2 months or whatever like that. So it'll just be like, I'm okay. And I don't say it back or whatever, or just be like, okay, like it's things like that. Because I'm sorry, I'm not the type of person going to tell somebody I love them after 2 months. Like friendships, I don't really care. Like I'm just not that type of person. So you just can't believe everybody. Like when you just first meet them, like give it a couple months or something like that, because y'all be saying I love you a little too quick for me. And I be like, y'all just met each other. Y'all need to slow down. Like, what are you doing? Things like that. I'm not saying I never had that problem, but like getting older, whatever like that, don't tell me you love me and you just met me 2 months ago. I don't care if you're a friend or not. Like, don't do that. It's gonna take me about 6 months, probably a year. So yeah.
Listen, and Zion made a Zion made a good point. Don't be out here just saying that you love people. And that comes from, sometimes that can come from different things, right? Some people literally say it not to even manipulate you. It's like they're lacking love in other places in their life. They're seeking love. They're seeking validation for whatever reason. And like sometimes that happens. And that's a little bit different because that comes from a place of hurt and a place of like absence and things like that. But I agree. Like, some people say it way too quick, and it's like, "Oh, I love you." Oh, okay, thank you. I don't know, or like, "Thank you," or or you can explain like, "Okay, I'm glad that you love me. However, I'm not at that place right now. I'm not saying we can't get there. I'm just not there." Everybody's not ready for that conversation though, so you have to approach it a little bit different.
No, you gotta hit them with, okay, so what you doing?
Not the WYD. Oh my
Alright.
goodness, I'm
Can I
crying.
all right, can I say how I feel about them?
Yeah. Wait, hold on, real quick, because Donovan said, "I love me too."
Hey, yeah.
Oh my goodness, that one's the best. That was the best. Go ahead, Diane. I'm sorry.
All right, so when I love you. All right, so when I just first met somebody, they'd be like, "All right, I love you." I'd be like, "You love me, cool? Oh, you're not talking to me." And then I be thinking when people say I love you when you first met them, that's going too fast. Like just started talking and stuff like that. So that's too fast for me. Like, now got to cut that off real quick. Got to stop off. Now I care for you. Okay. See, when some people say that, some of them actually do say they meant what they say, but some of them just saying that just to pump your head up. So you gotta be careful. And I will never hurt you. That's a lie. Don't believe when they say I never hurt you, because in reality they will do it. So I don't believe when nobody say I will never hurt you. Now I'm gonna take care of you. Same thing when I never hurt you, cause no. No,
So,
just like with that, I
oh, go
love you.
ahead.
When somebody say I love you, oh yeah, let me go outside and just go take a walk because this person just said that. And no,
Let me go outside. Go ahead, Zion.
I mean, for I care for you, I would never tell somebody that I care for them. I'm just going to show it. Like, why would you tell me that you
yes,
care
I
for me?
was.
Just show it. And then I'll see that you care for me or whatever like that by your actions and things like that. But the I never hurt you, that's just corny.
Yeah, that's skeptical right
Or
there.
I'll take care of you, like that is corny and weird. Like, I got myself. I'm not gonna hurt
Right, I got.
myself. What are you doing? So I don't know. Don't last too. It just sound a little.
Yeah, they
I
just
don't know.
iffy.
Like, yeah.
Okay. I was like, I don't mean to like laugh at y'all because I'm not laughing at y'all. I'm just saying that's relatable for a lot of people. I think that when people say things like "I would never," I think you need to be really careful about saying "I would never" because people receive things in a certain way and people give things out in a certain way. And so I don't think anybody should be walking around here saying "I would never do this" because you don't know. You don't know years down the line if gonna say something that ends up hurting me or whatever, or do something that ends up hurting me, or vice versa. So you have to be careful with those "I would never" statements. That goes for any type of interactions that you're having. So at work, friendships, intimate relationships, all of that. I would be pretty careful about just saying that in general. So
Yeah,
yeah,
because
these
I've been in
are.
a situation.
You said you've been in that situation.
Yes.
You want to describe it, or we want to move past it? It's up to you.
I can just okay. So, this boy, so I was messing with him ever since I was a freshman, but we had broke up when I was a freshman because he decided that he wanted to talk to my best friend, and so he decided to try to talk to my best. So I found out, and then I said something about it, and then he got mad, and then he blocked me. So we stopped talking. Then 11th grade come. Oh, so this person come out of nowhere, started talking to me again. So he like, yeah, I'm sorry and stuff like that. He was like, I was just being a dumb little kid back then, stuff like that. So he was like, I will never hurt you again. And then next thing you know, a couple days later, I found out he had other girlfriends. Not one.
Girlfriends, friends,
Yes,
plural.
not one, but like 4 or
Child.
5 of them. So, and then they was like, yeah, we was together for a month and a half. And it was just a lot. So, yeah.
As and you know what, Naija, thank you for sharing that. And let me tell you why. As ridiculous as that sounds, that is really happening out here. That happened to you. That's a real experience that has happened to a lot of people. And that is one of the prime examples of gaslighting. People will continue to keep telling you things like, I would never hurt you. Tomorrow, I'm hurt. I'm crying. I'm angry. I'm mad because you're literally doing things and telling me that you're gonna do one thing, and then the whole time you doing the opposite while you're telling me that you're gonna do something. So thank you for sharing that, because that's one of the prime examples of, kind of that gaslighting situation. I appreciate it.
Yes, and when I said something about it, he tried to act like, oh yeah, they was, but we wasn't together and stuff like that. And then it was like, and it was like, he was still talking. And then right now, he's in jail, and he's still talking to other girls while he was in there too. Like right now, he's still talking. Yeah.
Yeah, he shouldn't
And
even
he
be worried
don't
about
know
that.
that I know, but I know.
Yeah, he
So
got
I
other
left him.
problems.
I left him to the curb. He is gone.
He got other things to worry about, so don't you even worry about it, because he has other bigger things to worry about. It. And I suggest that if you're still in contact with that person, if you want to uplift, if anybody else wants to say anything, but like if you're still in contact with that person, I mean, it's all right to check on them, but don't get yourself. All right, that's fine. Listen, cut them
That
off.
person be calling, and I hit that red
Block. Forget the red. Hit the block. But I'm saying they have other things to be worried about. You have a bigger, brighter future. You don't need to be worried about whatever that person is doing or not doing, especially just because they have some other things that they have to attend to. So, yeah, y'all, listen.
Miss Jones, you good over there?
I'm not.
Stress.
I'm not. You just gave me a full 360 moment, yo. I'm not good at all.
Would you like to express yourself?
Yeah, express yourself, Miss Johnny.
Yo, so hold up. Let me lead up to that, because I had something to say about that last slide that Miss Mo had put up about like how when people be making up all those stories and stuff. Like, I just wanted to say to people, don't let people make you feel crazy, because I hate when people do that. Like, they try to make up some stuff and have you thinking that you're the crazy one. Whole time they just trying to piece crap together, hoping that it makes sense and hoping that you'll eventually say, oh, all right, yeah, I get what you're saying. No, it's dumb. You're not about to make me feel dumb or stupid. Cut that out. And then the second thing with those with the stuff that Miss Money Mo just had up there, like what people saying, yo, if you telling somebody that you care about them, don't ask me to cash app you. And if you got somebody telling you that they care about you and they gonna take care of you, don't ask me to cash app you. Like, that right there just irritates my soul, yo. Like, this is what y'all out here doing, but yet if I exposed like what's really happening behind the scenes, like it'll be a lot of hurt feelings out here. Like, yo, stop doing this dumb stuff, and then behind the scenes you're not helping yourself, but then now you expecting for other people to bail you out. That's not cool. And now leading up to this 360 moment while you got me stressed out. I need the mic for this. Is this thing on? Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
I took like 3 girls to the doctors, right? On separate occasions. Because you know how sometimes you need an adult to sign certain stuff, and sometimes people, they need a trusted person. They don't always want to go to their parents. You go in for one thing, yo, and find out you got 3, 4, 5 other things wrong with you. Exactly what Naija just said, yo, is part of the reason why. Be careful. People out here is nasty. I'm not telling y'all what to do, but I'm just saying be careful because it is real, y'all. And when we were talking to that doctor, one of the girls we sat in there, we talked to the doctor for like a half hour. She went over her shift to talk to us, telling us about how every day she sees so many people, young Black girls, coming in there for one thing, and then they finding out that they got all these different things wrong with them over stuff that could have been prevented. So y'all know what I'm saying without saying it. Be careful. It's nasty out here, and I've seen it up close and personal. Turn my mic off.
Thank you. Can I say it or no? I can't say that.
No, you can say it, but I'm just, look.
Okay, I'll say it after Zion says what she's about to say.
I forgot the other thing. But I was about to say, y'all got to learn how to start forgiving people so quick or whatever, because I feel like that's another pathway of getting hurt. Because I did do that, and I remember I was about to say the other thing. Parents do a lot of that gaslighting or whatever. Like, you could, like, okay, say if I approach my parents with something, they're like, oh, well. Like, when I was young, I'd be like, oh, okay. Like, all right, I apologize. I should never said this. I should never brought this up. And then, like, when I got older, I'm like, no, you're not about to make me feel bad for something that you did or try to manipulate me into believing something, because both of my parents have done stuff like, oh, well, I couldn't do this or I couldn't do that because of that. I'm like, oh, okay. And then as I got older, I'm like, no, you could have did that. You just chose not to do it. But that's okay because I got myself and things like that. And that's like, as getting older, like, I'm very independent compared to like my sisters and other things like that. So just like I had to learn how to like, okay, to be honest, I really don't believe what my parents say anymore. And that's just that. But I feel like that's not my fault. That's theirs. So I just be like, okay. And I really don't ask my parents for anything anymore because I'm like, I'm just going to do it myself. Because one, I can't depend on them, or I feel like I can't depend on them. And two, I just feel like that you just already messed that bond up from when I was younger and things like that. So yeah, I just wanted to point out it's not just friendships or relationships. It can be family members too who gaslight you and things like that.
Yep. Thank you for making that point. That's why. Wait a minute. That's why it's important to recognize that. Like, yeah, we, kind of talking about more like intimate relationships, but it's those friendships, it's your relationships with your parents, your siblings, your cousins, your co-workers, I don't know, just your friend group in general. Like, it can happen in any kind of situation. So thank you for highlighting that, Zion. Going back to Miss Joni's point, listen, if you look fidgety, if your parents don't want you to hear, stuff about sex for a second, turn it off and then come back and like count to 45 or something. STDs, STIs, all of that stuff is very real, okay? There are some that are curable and there are some that are not, okay? If you want to take a calculated risk and do whatever you're doing, again, can't tell you what to do, can't really be in your business. However, those are real and they do things to your body, okay? They do a lot of things to your body, and some of them are asymptomatic as well. So you can walk around and not know that you have anything because it will not present itself in your body. Please be careful. And if you want to have a conversation about how to be careful, that's not what we're going to do right now. But there are ways to do that. Okay. That's all.
All right.
Miss Mo, if y'all want that conversation, don't hit me up for that.
Yeah, don't hit Miss Joni up at all. Not for that. Not for that.
And one thing about forgetting, yeah, I forgot that like I was like forgiving that person, but then I had to like I was forgiving that person like as soon as like I found out, but I had to realize like they kept doing it over and over. So like I couldn't just keep forgetting that person. They kept saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, and I'm sorry, and I'm sorry. But like you saying you sorry, but you really don't mean it. Because if you say you're not going to do it again, then like a couple days later, I found out you doing it again. So like it's pointless of keep forgetting that person if they're going to keep doing it over.
Yeah, I agree. But just also remember, like, forgiveness is for yourself. So you can forgive a person, not have anything to do with them ever again. So just be aware, like, if you choose not to forgive that person, you may be holding and harboring feelings and holding grudges and all of that that ultimately keep you down. So you want to be careful with, like, who, you want to be careful what you're holding on to and how it's affecting you. So if forgiveness is the route for you, if that's something that you do in order to release and relate and all of that, that's fine. But you want to be careful with that as well. Zion, were you about to say something or no? Okay. All right. The rest of the points, yeah, I'm not even gonna put the slides back up there because I feel like the next thing that I'm gonna say may spark another conversation. But the last three really that we were gonna talk about when it comes to gaslighting, the person keeps denying. Like literally, like, were you at this place? No, I wasn't there. You can literally follow this person to wherever they went to, had their location. That's what we do, right? Had their location, see them at that place. They be like, no, I wasn't there. That wasn't me. Somebody had my phone, or that wasn't my car. That was like literally everything is like, no. It reminds me of like with my godson. Like I'll literally watch him do something, like knock something over it, and I'd be like, did you do that? And he'd be like, no, wasn't me. I'm like, bro, I just watched you. I just watched you knock it down. That's what it reminds me of. A 3-year-old mindset. Like literally keep saying that they didn't do something. You watch them do it. So they'll keep denying. If anybody want to say anything about that before I go on to the next one?
Oh, I was about to say, and then you can, like, at first you might not catch on what they're doing or saying, and be like, okay, like, at first you be like, you kind of up there, whatever, and then as time go on, you can tell, like, you just a liar, bro. Like, I can't deal with liars. Like, I'll get so mad, like, what you gotta lie for? And it's something so simple, too. And then they make up this whole backstory, and I'm like, I didn't even ask you all that. Like,
Story.
Yeah. Just
Yeah,
keep
I
in
had to go
mind. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
something's going on. I had to go to the store for my dad and da. I'm like, I didn't ask you that. I just asked that you go to a party and you talking about go to a store. Why? Why are you?
Yup.
And I just
Keep in
looked at this.
mind.
And then another thing, I can't control my facial expression. So if you lying, I'd be like, okay, all right. You can tell I don't believe you. Like, that's why I be so mad when people lie over messages because I want you to see my face. And then sometimes I be like, I should just smack you right now just for lying to me. Like, sometimes I be getting to that point. Like, I'm not violent, y'all. I'm just saying, like, I be feeling like, why do you gotta lie? Like, it's just a pet peeve.
Same. Like, I be knowing people be lying. I be like, what you lying for? Like, it just be irritating me. And then they be lying over the littlest thing. Like, if you did it, you did it. Like, what is you lying for? I already just saw the messages, like, I already saw people posting on you and a close friends. Like, if you did it, you did it. Like, they be, it be just stressful. Like, then they be like, oh no, it happened like a couple days ago before you came in the picture. No, you still did it. Why you lying about it?
Don't get caught up, y'all. For every lie that you tell, you have to tell another lie. Okay? So make sure that if you a committed liar, whatever, that's another problem. Or habitual liar, again, another problem. But for every lie that you tell, you have to tell another lie to cover that one up, to cover that first one up. And it's gonna keep going. The location, the close friends.
And they be so overwhelmed with it. And then they be just telling on themselves because they can't lie no more. I be like, you just been told on yourself.
So ask yourself, is it worth it?
It's not.
I'm need to see a picture of some of these dudes you be messing with, Beyonce.
Yes, please, because child, no, it's a no for me. Like
they better not be rusty.
Don't you worry about it. They are
not doing all this that they trying to do. They better not be rusty. They better be.
They is crusty, dusty, all that.
Bet not. They better be a mix between like Usher and Drake or something.
It's only one. It's only one. But he messed up too. So yeah. And what he did and with going with Lion, he gonna post this girl and said my boo, and then he gonna lie say that's his cousin.
Oh wow.
We need like he gonna say that girl with his.
Wow. Why do y'all be messing with?
No, like he really said the girl was his cousin, like
Black.
Like,
Naija,
and then he told my sister that, like, my sister called him, she was like, that's my cousin. So we was like, so you call your boo your cousin? So I started asking everybody, do they call their cousin their boo? Like, it might
they
be
don't.
both.
They don't. Naija, go ahead, Zion. I'm sorry.
I said, y'all stay safe out here.
Stay safe. Be easy. Naija, use your block. I'm not even kidding. Use your black.
I did use my block, but
don't unblock.
No, I didn't unblock, but like, and then the emojis though, like, look.
No, I don't want to see.
Beyonce, why wouldn't you put some chapstick on the lips before you put that in the screen? You cut the whole live up.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, we about to leave. I didn't know she was about to be exposing people. Okay.
Yo, exposed without the chapstick, yo. I was about to throw my halo on the screen. Yo.
Oh no, you can't. Okay. All right, y'all. Listen. Use your blocks.
I did use my block.
I know you did. I'm saying make sure for everybody who's not using their blocks.
Like they didn't know why I stopped talking to them.
They need to not do nothing before they lick them lips. They need to not do nothing. Why are they even talking? It's time to go.
He was like, I don't know why you stopped talking to me. You don't know why. Just use that block. I used the block. I had to, cause really, like,
don't let these people don't get got out here.
No,
that's my jewel.
He really
that's my jewel.
That was his cousin. Like, what?
That's my jewel, y'all. I'm sorry, Naija, because we gotta get out of here. You know, Miss Jody about to kick us off.
Yeah, I know.
Because Beyonce took it too far, man. She took it too far with that. Like, yo, I thought you was at least gonna have something that was a little nice out here. Yo, you went to Norfolk Penn dumpster diving. We don't do that.
So, okay. My jewel is, well, no, I'm gonna say something before, and then I'm gonna say my jewel. Anybody don't just believe what people are telling you and what people are showing you, okay? And be careful, because these things will lead to, like, we talked about the STDs and the STIs, but they can also lead to other bigger, better, more aggressive things, and nobody has time for any of that either. Protect your peace, right? My jewel is don't get got out here. That's my jewel. Naija, Zion,
all right.
And thank y'all for coming.
All right, my jewel is no amount of anxiety makes any difference to anything that's going to happen.
Okay, my jewel is to protect your peace and protect yourself, because there's gonna be a lot of people that's out there, like, not physically hurt you, but mentally and things like that. So just protect yourself, and don't forgive everybody. Like, you could forgive them within yourself, but don't, like, still make that connection, and use that block button, y'all. Block and delete. I'm telling y'all, it's amazing.
Block and delete and cut
so much. Yes. And use that order button from Tizzy Tay. He got the lip gloss on deck. Nobody should be out here looking like that. This too, yo. 50 cents from your local 7-Eleven. Bye. See y'all. See y'all. Yo, another great session. Yo, I swear I love my job. I love it here, shorty. Hey, go take your break, yo. After you take your break, take your lunch, and I'm going to see y'all back here at 2 o'clock. We're back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yo, I hope somebody had a great lunch. I hope somebody is having a great day at work today. Yo, I swear, I know I've been saying this all day, but this don't even feel like work. Can y'all believe we had our last session of the day? Yo, that's crazy. We've been having too much fun. But y'all already know how we do. We got to get right into it, y'all. We got to bring our favorite for Tuesdays and Thursdays on here, yo. Y'all already know how we do. Miss Caitlin.
Hey, y'all. Hey, y'all.
What's up? How you doing? It just, there you go. It came back. It went out for a second, but then it came back.
Here I am. Okay, sorry about that.
You good. We love to see it. You know, you the reasons we love Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Yo, I love Tuesdays. You're the reason I love Tuesdays and Thursdays. It's a great day. Who was our guest speaker for today?
Oh my gosh, we had Miss Audrey Johnson. She's from Hopkins. She works in economic development. I didn't even realize that she was already working with Heartbeats.
What? Wow. She is?
Yes, and she talked about, shout out Chaos Smoothies, how Chaos Smoothies gave them the idea to do the Entrepreneurship Matters series on the JHU Connects. And she said what was supposed to be just a 8-week summer-long thing, now they celebrate in 50 weeks.
What? Oh my gosh.
Wow. A whole year.
Amazing.
Just based
what
off
a success story.
Feedback.
Wow, that's awesome. Huh, that's so cool.
Yes, and shout out Ma. Yup, shout out Ma and shout out Trackstar too, because they work with them as well. So
let's go. Y'all see that? New heartbeats. Those are consistent heartbeats coming in. That's amazing. Look at that.
Yes, I know. Minty, you gotta watch your mouth, yo. We love you, but you gotta watch your little mouth. Hey, yo, get Minty, yo. Minty, we love you, but you gotta watch it, shorty. Oh my gosh.
They're gonna kick us off of here.
They gonna kick us off of here, yo. They gonna be like, what you got them kids doing?
Miss Jody, do I have anyone knocking on the door yet?
You do, and I ain't know if this one was a mistake or not.
There's two.
Yes, two. We know we got Baby Barack.
Yes.
Yo, did you really do it with Mr. Elaborator?
I did it. Because I haven't seen Naeem's face in so long, and I had to see you. How you doing, Naeem?
It's been a minute, Miss Caitlin. Like, it's been a minute. Like, it feels good to be back on this session. I'm ready. Like, I'm not really lied. We were supposed to actually have like a new heartbeat on here, but she had a situation earlier, like she had a family emergency. So prayers to her. And yeah, me and John, we're gonna hold it down for real. So like for the first 20 minutes, we're gonna talking about
Wait. Just wait. First of all, I want to say hi, John. How are you?
Hey, Baby Barack. Hey, Mr. Elaborate.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good. I'm so glad y'all are on this session today. So of course, John is always on here on Tuesdays. He's my most consistent. He's always coming up with topics. And then Naeem also reached out to me and was like, hey, I really want to come on your session with this new heartbeat. And I was like, perfect. And so, John and Naeem started talking and they came back to me and they were like, we have a topic. And they told me what the topic is and I'll let them introduce it. But I just want to, first of all, just kind of say, everyone, please just get in a headspace today where we're talking about serious topics. This topic might be a little bit triggering for people. We recognize that people who are listening right now and engaging, might have gone through some situations that have been hard that are related to this topic, or know people. And so please reach out to us, reach out to your adult mentors, reach out to your youth mentors if you want to talk about some of these things or get some resources to talk about some of these things. So I just want to kind of give that warning ahead of time because we are going to kind of just, as Naeem was already doing, jump straight into talking about some heavier things today. So with that, I will turn it over to you, fine gentlemen, and you can go ahead and start.
Yeah, so it seems like every time we get on here, we talk about something that's just concrete.
It's what we
Um,
do. It's what we do.
yeah, yeah, it's hard, but we got to do it. Y'all can hear me, right? I tried to fix it. Okay,
Mhm.
y'all can
You
hear me.
did
Okay.
good.
So today we're going to be talking about kind of a mix of sexual assault and molestation, only because we feel like it's not talked about enough, and it's only talked about within one certain group of people, which is usually women, and how like it could also be susceptible to like men and like children and everything. But we just focus on this one specific group of people, and I think it's not really fair. We should definitely acknowledge the people that it's affected by the most, but also all other groups too, just so we could be fair to them also. But we did have an icebreaker. Y'all know I like to be relevant with my icebreakers. Um, so the icebreaker for today is there anyone you know who hides their emotions well? And if so, how do you think that they do it? Naeem, you want to go first?
So the icebreaker says, "Does anyone know someone who hides their emotions well? If so, why do you think that is?" Uh, I speak from my personal, um, for myself. I can't really speak for. I mean, I really can't really speak for everybody else, but I can speak for myself. But like how I like why I hold how my emotions so well, cause it's like for me what I seen before was so tragic and like you know that caused trauma towards me. It seems normal now. I'm very numb to it or immune to it, and it could be that. But like from my personal experience, it's like I'm not saying I got experience. I have a personal experience with like sexual assault or trauma in general, like what I've been through and all that stuff. And it just come for me like being numb because me being numb, it helps me to hide my emotions and me not showing any emotion or sympathy or remorse. And that's what kind of make me like tough a little bit, but at the same time, it kind of ate me alive a little bit because the more I think about what I've been through or my emotions, I'll just cuss out the blue or randomly get mad or hit something because I don't like to actually think about it. I don't want that in my mind right now.
Mm-hmm. John,
Yeah,
did you want to go
definitely.
next?
Yeah. So I actually did see a really important comment. Um, it went up on the screen, but it was Taylor, and she basically said that she herself only hides her emotions because she feels as though that everybody else uses her words and everything against her. And I can definitely relate to that because I feel as though trauma is different for everybody. And I feel as though, like that could be something on the scale of, like being homeless since you were young or being in a car accident and you making it out, but somebody else not making it out. Like it's a wide spectrum of things. And I feel like I can definitely relate to Taylor on that because, like ever since a young age, it was actually different for me. Like I was living in a household with like my grandmother and my mother and my parents and my cousins and everything. It was a big house, y'all. But I was living there, and like it was such a big family in a big house that like we didn't feel the need to like keep secrets or hide how we feel or anything because we felt as though like we're supported and loved in this household. And like pretty much ever since then, like after my grandmother passed away and everything, the family kind of split, and I think that's what really caused me to just be like, the love went away. So now you have to like internalize all of this on your own. And like my mom was going through things, my parents and everybody who I felt as though I had a support system with kind of just went off into the world and just started dealing with their own things. So they didn't really have time to listen to mine, I felt like. So, like I just internalized all of that, and like as I grew up, like knowing that people aren't trustworthy, and like supporting you how they say they do, I just feel as though like now I have to do that for myself. I have to be my own cheerleader, and I just have to go out and do stuff on my own. So I would say myself. Miss Caitlin.
Yeah. Thanks, John and Naeem, for sharing that, and also for Taylor for sharing that. I didn't see any other comments, but if y'all want to chime in about, if you know someone who hides their emotions, curious to read those comments as well. Yeah, for me, one of my really, really good friends hides her emotions, but it's sort of a different situation. She hides it in being overly nice and overly caretaking of other people. And so when she's hurting, she will reach out to other people and try to take care of them. And it often comes off, I think that people are always like, oh, this person, she's the nicest person I know. She's the nicest person in the whole world. But they don't see that she's hiding a lot of hurt. And so I think that to people that know her well, we can be check in and ask her to talk about her emotions. But I think to the rest of the world, she just seems like she's always peppy, always smiling, always happy, always productive. But really, she's hiding a lot of things that has happened to her throughout her life. So yeah. Miss Joni, what about you?
Yeah, so mine definitely, I would say, if you would have asked me this question in my earlier years of life, absolutely not. It was just no way. And I was one of those people that you could just read my face. And to some extent, people that know me well can still read my face. I'm gonna say whatever it is or let it be known. But now I'm just in a different space in life. So it's yes, I do have my emotions well, but not because I don't want to deal with them, but because just depending on what it is, I never wanted to be about me. And I understand that I have a bigger mission and I have a bigger purpose. So I want to make sure that I'm available to kind of take care of the things that I need to take care of. Kind of like your friend, but not to the extent where I'm trying to overly do it or I'm proactively doing it. I just need to make sure I'm always in the right headspace. So even if I'm in a situation where I'm working with somebody or partnering with somebody that I don't necessarily and I'll have those situations more times than not. I'm not going to go into a meeting with a crazy attitude just because I don't particularly like the partner. I'm definitely going to make sure I still show up professional the way that I am. So it's circumstantial, but I do understand just that as a person, though, I got to have my confidence too, that when it's time for me to talk and get stuff out, I'm able to do that.
I definitely feel, like what both of you were saying, all of you. And I feel kind of extending off of what you said, Miss Joni and Miss Caitlin. I think more so when these traumatic events are repeated just in different ways, I feel like we force this positive face. And since we've done it for so long, it's kind of becoming a practice. And since we practice it so much, practice makes perfect. When you have a perfect positive face, I mean, it's kind of impossible to tell something is going on when people don't tell you. You can only really know when somebody's going through something if they tell you. And like you say, Miss Joni, some people can read people's faces and everything. And sometimes I see it a lot on social media where it's kind of a joke where people just have a natural mean face when nothing is going on. They just have a natural mean face. But I mean, even with that, it's all about the person and what they want to share with you or what they want to share with the world. And I think social media also has been kind of a helper with that, but it's kind of a herder at the same time, because social media is a direct connection to mental health, and we have to share all of these emotions on the internet as a coping mechanism. And I feel I feel like that's the hurting aspect, but the helping aspect is, we're getting our emotions out somehow. So I thank everybody for your answers. Andre said I don't really wear my emotions on my sleeves. Um, I feel like I do that. No, mm-mm, mm-mm. I just internalize everything, y'all. It's a practice. I've been doing it for years, so it's kind of just I mean, sometimes I do slip up, and I blow up on people, I get angry. But usually, when I'm going through something in the process of while it's going on, I have practiced it. I practice it so much that you can't really tell until everything bottles up and I just blow up. But
Do you think?
kind of
Oh,
go
I
ahead,
was
Miss
just gonna
Caitlin.
ask a. I was gonna ask a question. Do you think there's like a certain group of people that like are more likely to wear their emotions on their sleeve or not wear their emotions on their sleeve? And I kept that broad for a reason. I don't really have like an answer, but I'm thinking of different, different genders or different races or different, um, things like that. Like just different groups of people, maybe different classes, people who grew up more wealthy versus people who grew up more poor.
Can
Um,
I go?
yeah.
Um, in my personal opinion, like I said, I can't really speak for everybody, but I'm speaking from my personal experience. Like, that often wear their emotions on their sleeves and don't know how to express it. Like, in my personal opinion, like, not only it just happens in races and stuff like that, but it really happens within students as well because, like I said before, if y'all ain't know, I used to be in special ed classes a lot. So it's like I used to be around students that didn't know how to express their emotions.
Hmm.
Like they would get picked on every day, they would get bullied every day, you know, or they would come school looking, um, ain't looking the best every day. And most of the time, like they would try their best to be who they are, but deep down inside, it's really like it ain't really it for them. So I know what it's feel. I know what it's like to be in that kind of environment and actually holding your feelings in because I don't know if I told this story before, but I remember I was in special ed class. I was trying to check up on someone if they was good or whatever, and he was just telling me that he was showing me the picture of his mother died in the car crash on Google Image, and I was asking like, why are you showing me this? He was like, "Oh, this is the car that my mom died in." Mind you, he just said it with no emotion. He just said it without hesitation. I'm looking at him. I'm thinking to myself, is he okay? Because it's like, he's going through something. Like it's like I want to help him, but at the same time, I don't want to bother him as present because like he seemed like a really cool dude, but at the same time, you're really going through it. So
Hmm.
yeah, so people sometimes like when you're around the type of people, most of the time they wear their emotions on their sleeves, but when they get comfortable, or they'll tell you how they feeling throughout the day. So that's why I actually I advocate for my own kind because that's why I be telling people like don't why mess with someone that's in special needs like me. It's no need. You don't know what they got going on. Let them
Hmm.
develop themselves.
Yeah. Thanks, Naeem, for sharing that.
Mhm.
You could go on, John, if you want.
Um, I did want to answer that question for you.
Hmm.
Because I feel like it's not more so a certain group of people. I would say it's kind of individually everybody. Like I feel like depending on who you surround yourself with or who you let get to you, it can kind of control who who you're vulnerable with and who you're not. And like how you express your emotions to them. So like I have a lot of family members where I actually used to like it could be the smallest thing, and like I would just blow up over it because we've had such a deteriorated relationship that it's kind of just like they know exactly how to push my buttons, and they don't even have to do much. It's just like it just comes out of me, and like they can always just it was like they had a remote control and could just control my emotions at any time of the day.
Hmm.
But then it's like other people where like when I was younger and I had social media where I would just go to school every day, people who would pick on me or bully me or whatever, or say little slick things about me, like I would always be susceptible to it, and I would just kind of just like I don't know, I would let it get to me. But then as I got older, Like how I am now, I use social media in a way to where as though people still talk about me. They still say all types of things. Trust me. But like like you can't expect to pass me when I'm miles ahead of you in the mental stage. Like I can make sure I internalize all of your comments and kind of just like take it as constructive criticism, as like like this is something I could work on. Or if you're just saying stuff just to say it, it's kind of just like you don't have a life, I do, so I'm gonna just keep going my way. So like I really think it's who you surround yourself with and who you're vulnerable with, and that can kind of control that.
Yeah, good points.
Yeah. I do want to talk about this a little bit, about the sexual assault and everything. Alicia actually did yesterday, and I commend her for this, actually did go out and get a lot of information on it. So I definitely commend her for that, and I'm gonna kind of use this as a guide. I'm not gonna say everything, but I am kind of gonna be a little bit vague with this. Um, and it says some of the risk factors of like people getting themselves into sexual assault situations is their family. Like kind of how I was saying about like how you're only vulnerable with certain people, and like when you don't get that emotional support, they find other ways to go out and get it. And like a lot of times that could go and be with a person who like only takes advantage of you with your body and everything, and doesn't really care about your emotions, but you don't see that. Like you want to go and get it wherever you feel like you can, and if you feel like you're getting it even when you're not, like you'll be comfortable with it. So I feel like like with parents, when parents don't necessarily pay attention to the signs of their children, of really just noticing like how depression and anxiety and all of these mental disorders are affecting them, or kind of like how I was saying about like how you get bullied at school or whatever, but you don't really say anything, you don't really notice signs like that. And then like when some big issue pops up, like it's like everybody all of a sudden now pays attention, and like they're like, where did I go wrong? And I feel as though with that parental aspect, like parents nowadays, they focus so much about like how they were raised, and like in households where like especially fathers, where it's just like definitely Naeem, what you said. But I feel like fathers, they say a lot of times that in my household, we didn't show emotion, we didn't cry, we didn't X, Y, and Z. And that's why a lot of times you don't see a lot of statistics in men about like speaking out on their experience in terms of assault and molestation, only because they're scared to do it. It's toxic masculinity. And so, like they keep going as if nothing ever happened. But that trauma follows them all throughout their life. So Naeem, did you want to touch on it a little bit?
Yeah, I touch on. You definitely right about as like like how people like, cause it is hard for some children to actually get the same love and respect from home, from what they've been through and stuff like that. And most of the times they are afraid to talk to their parents about it, because they feel like or they have been. I'm sorry if you hear my niece in the background, she's wild. But yeah, like they felt like they would get misjudged and all that stuff, because it's like it's kind of happened with me, because it's like every time I get in a fight, or like I cause a problem at school and I get so angry, like my mother got run up to the school so fast to calm me down. Like my mother be asking me like, yo, why you angry? Like, yo, calm down, calm down. I be yelling and stuff. She like most of the time it takes me a while for me to calm down and stuff like that. Like she'll be trying to hold me down, calm me down, or like, cause it's like me, it's like different and stuff like that. And yeah, so I asked, like most of the time, like when I was in eighth or seventh and eighth grade, I didn't really get a lot of support from associates or friends. I got more support from my mother. I learned a lot from my mother and my brothers. And that's like when I'm sitting down, my brother always remind me that like I always take care of them. Like since my father ain't here, since our father ain't here, you always helping us out and always getting what we needed the most and stuff like that. Cause like even though, yeah, I got 6 brothers and 4 sisters, but I'm living with 2 brothers. That's 18, 14, and I'm 16, and I'm still doing my best to actually like when I get paid, I split it down with them. Cause in the day, I still gotta help my family out with their needs, and my mother is sick. I gotta help her out to make sure she don't take the raw medicine and stuff. So it's a lot of responsibilities I gotta take care of. So yeah, I feel you on that, John. So I don't want to take too long, but yeah.
Yeah, Miss Kayla, Miss Johnny, y'all have any thoughts?
This is just some important stuff. I just appreciate y'all for even just having this conversation.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's really powerful to hear both of y'all's stories about, just like some of the trauma that you've been through and how it affects like how you share your emotions and things like that. I'm curious to know more about what Alicia found, like in her um, research and sharing some of those facts too.
Yeah, so if y'all see me looking down, it's just me looking down at the the notes that she provided. Um, but it actually kind of how I was talking about, like family and everything. I don't have the best relationship in terms of emotional connection with my parents. I don't. And Miss Joni knows that, like a lot of other people that I've shared with know that. But I do have other connects in my life that I actually do, like have vulnerable conversations with, and one of those is with my brother, and some of my other siblings, only because they know what it's like. They have some of the same experience that I do, and like we're able to connect on that sort of level, and it kind of helps us grow our bond. But there are a lot of people within their own family that don't have that same connection. I don't want to reveal her name out of respect for her, but I actually did hear from one of my own friends that like she was sexually assaulted by one of her brothers, and it's just like I don't like this makes it even worse because it's like if you can't even feel safe going out in the street and you can't feel safe in your house, then where do you feel safe? Like you can't really talk about it to anybody. I mean, like, how would that look if you go to your mother and say, like, my brother was touching me in this sort of way, and like how would that look? Like to you, and like it's embarrassing. I feel as though to an extent it's embarrassing for a lot of people. You shouldn't be embarrassed about it at all. But I mean, like, just coming from me, if I had to go through that type of conversation, it's kind of disgusting and it's really embarrassing. Just that's just for me. Um, but yeah, like if you can't feel safe in your own family, you can't feel safe with your friends having that conversation with them or outside on the street where sexual assault in Baltimore is very high. Then it's kind of just like that's mentally draining just mentally exhausting. Um, Only because like it's just you can't go through life alone on these type of issues. And I feel like I said, when you bottle up so many emotions and so many traumatic events and you don't share them with anybody because you don't feel safe or you don't feel trusting enough with everybody, like it mentally breaks you down. And eventually you get to a point where like you start harming yourself or just finding other coping mechanisms, and like this specifically leads out to so many more aspects of just unhealthy coping mechanisms, such as cutting yourself, such as harming yourself. So, like when we talk about issues like this, we are mainly talking about like sexual assault and molestation. However, this leads into so many other pathways of different conversations that need to be had with this type of stuff. Um,
Hmm.
and I feel like like I said, with fathers and just parents in general, they should be your number one supporters, your number one cheerleaders, you know, your number one therapist, just everything, just your guide in life. But when you have like fathers and brothers and uncles and all that different type of stuff that actually like harm you in that way, then it's like, where do you go now? It's just it's the pathway is closed. You know what I'm saying? So I did have that from her. Um, Let me see.
I'm curious, John, if you can tell us. I mean, you just posed a really important question of like, if if your family situation doesn't feel safe, where can you turn to? And I'm just wondering if John or Naeem could talk about not even. I mean, you can talk about your own experiences, but like, where do you think are some places where if young people are not feeling safe at home with their families, what do they do?
Naeem, you want to go first?
Where they're not feeling safe or comfortable at their home, first they often run away, or you know, I don't know too much, but it's like at first they often run away and then they report it missing. But I feel like that don't I mean like, you know, that ain't always the first option. Or, they could probably be sent to a foster home. Or, it's many ways into this stuff because like, cause I remember when I had mind you, I had siblings that I never seen in my life. And you know, somehow they got put in the foster kid. Mind you, these the siblings I ain't know I had. I ain't know I had 11 siblings, 6 brothers, and I'm the fifth brother, and I got 4 sisters. I ain't even know that. And most of them been foster care and all that. I ain't even know that. All I know is I've been with my 2 brothers and 1 sister. Now it's like, but yeah, I forgot who in the comments said, yeah, find someone who cares. I think that was Diamond. Yeah, find someone who cares. I can't really speak too much because I don't really know too much. But yeah, and yeah, I was ready to talk about another topic, but I think we wasn't really going to have enough time.
Yeah, we'll probably save it for one of the future sessions. Um, I kind of did want to answer your question, Miss Caitlin, about going to other outlets with this type of stuff. I do want to say that there are definitely like support groups and all different types of hotlines about it. Like you could search it up right now, and I'm pretty sure like 1,000 results will come up. Talk to one of those hotlines and like tell them about your experience, because when you start talking about it, it sounds corny, but it does get better after you start talking about it. And then also, if you don't necessarily have a situation where talking is enough, like you definitely have to start going to some of those other difficult options. Like the road is always bumpy to recovery before it gets straight. So I feel as though like if you are like a child or just anyone under 18, like you might have to start looking into those other options like CPS or like foster care or other things, and like you shouldn't have to do that at your age. Um, but I mean, like, you have to look out for yourself first in these type of situations. If you're being harmed, no matter how much you love the person, no matter how much you care about the person, if they're harming you, they don't care about you as much as you care about them. So start making those other um, appointments, start making those other just plans to get yourself out of these situations before it gets worse and you regret it growing up. Um, and yeah, like I think, what do we have, like 5 minutes left?
A little
You said
over
two,
5 minutes.
a little over five. The last thing I just wanted to say about it was kind of just taking advantage of people also when they're intoxicated at parties and everything. And I feel like also your energy and your aura has a lot to do with it. If you 9 times out of 10, if you're a shy person, or like you're not aggressive, or you don't really stand up for yourself in that kind of way, people will see that as an opportunity to take advantage, or like knowing that you're not going to fight back or anything. They just take what they take what they see, and they just run with it. So that, in addition to like your body shape. And I mean, I know a lot of people get plastic surgery, or like they just have it naturally. Um, but I mean, like at this point, it's so harsh to say, but it doesn't even really matter. Like if you're wearing any type of provocative clothing, or you're just wearing a school uniform, it doesn't matter. Because I actually read about this story in the UK, I believe, when it was a little girl. I'm not really sure her age, but definitely under 18. All she was doing was wearing a rain hat and a raincoat and some boots, and she was actually snatched up, raped, and killed. So, definitely prayers to her family. Um, but it's just like it, none of that matters anymore. And it's so hard to say that there isn't a pinpoint answer of why these things happen the way that they happen. It would be so easy to just say these women get raped because they wear provocative clothing, or they have a certain type of body shape, or anything. But it's not that simple. And I don't think it'll ever be that simple. Like everybody just has their own preference with things. And even if the other person isn't necessarily comfortable with giving up their personal belongings like that, then I mean, like they still take it and they still run with it. And it's so disgusting to say, but it even happens within your own family, out on the street. So like really nowhere is safe. And that's so harsh to say, but I mean, you have to find other outlets. Like we have to fix this somehow. And like I was saying, foster care or CPS or the police or any type of anything to like make sure you get the help that you need. And I don't really have anything else to say about it, y'all. Just know that. Oh, Naeem, you had one more thing.
Can I go just build off of where Naeem goes really quick? I just want to make sure that we're being clear here that, and John, you talked about this, but like, it doesn't matter what you wear. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what you look like. It is not your fault. If you experience sexual harassment, it is 1000% not your fault. And it is never okay, no matter, I don't care if somebody's walking down the street naked, it is not okay and it is not their fault. So I just want to just express that out there and make that very clear. Naeem, you can go ahead.
That's what I wanted to talk about, because that's what I be saying. And people just got, people just justifying the wrong things. Like John said, people, because what a girl wears, well, that's give them the justification of them trying to put a sexual act. It's really not okay, and it's not good to justify at all, because you basically telling people, oh yeah, it's okay if I snatch this girl up, depending on what she look like. That's not cool. That's not good. That's just setting a bad image on yourself. And I want to talk about, like, justifying like on a session one day. I really want to talk about justifying the wrongs when it comes to relationships and stuff like that. Because if you're telling me that it's okay, all because what this girl wear, what the picture what she wear, I can snatch her up. It's like you telling a rock, oh, you can do a flip when the rock can't move on itself. So I just want to endpoint that for me.
Thanks, Naeem. The other thing, because I know we got to wrap up, but one last thing that I also wanted to say was, y'all, if you are experiencing like a dangerous situation at home, or if you are, or if you know someone that is, I just want to make it clear that, like, yes, John like also talked about these resources of, you can call it a hotline, but you can also come to an adult, right? So if you have a teacher at school that you have a really good relationship with, If you have a mentor like a Miss Joni type person, you can come to them, right? So look for the adults in your life. And I think that there was a comment that really stuck with me. I think it was Zena who said it earlier of like, how do you know who to trust if the people closest to you are letting you down? And I think that's really real. And I understand why people feel that way. And it does feel like a risk to go, to somebody else who's outside of your family and like talk about these things. But it's really, really important to find an adult that you trust and that has your best interest in mind, and go to them about this like type of dangerous situation. I don't know, Miss Joni, if you had anything to add to that.
No, I mean, you really wrapped it up pretty well, and thank you so much for touching on that piece about how it's never your fault, because that was something I was going to say. So thank you for wrapping that up, because I hate that argument so much. And if we were like some of these other countries where if you do that type of stuff, you get it cut off, that would fix that problem right there.
Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna start with my jewel.
Yeah, do it.
I guess, and just to respond to Taylor really, really quick, if the people that's closest to you aren't necessarily trustworthy, find new people. There are billions of people in this world that are willing to get you the help that you need. But my jewel for today would just be selfish when it's appropriate. If you, like I said, if you have so much love for a person who consistently harms you and hurts you in any way, not even just sexual assault, emotionally, physically, spiritually, any type of way, then you need to go and find new resources, find new people, call a hotline, do anything that you need to for yourself. Not everything works for everybody, but find what works for you, stick to it, and make sure you carry on throughout your life without having to have that burden of trauma on your shoulders at all times. So yeah, that would be my jewel for today. Naeem?
My jewel is, if you're a leader, if you want to be a leader, or you're trying to be the best example you can be, stop justifying the wrongs. Stop telling people it's okay to do dumb stuff when it's really not, which I will be talking about next time, someday. But yeah, stop telling people it's okay to do the wrong things. Do not justify the wrongs, but make right decisions.
Yeah, thanks, Naeem. My jewel is just to always acknowledge to yourself that you are beautiful and that you're enough, and that if something happens to you, that it's not your fault, and encourage you to like be brave if you are going through a situation, to reach out to somebody who you can trust.
Thank y'all so much for this important conversation. And like, seriously, y'all, take Miss Caitlin up on that offer. Y'all know we here for y'all if anybody has anything like that going on. So for sure. But thank y'all. Like, these conversations are never easy, but they are definitely needed and important. And I just appreciate y'all, especially for the Tuesdays and Thursdays, because y'all always bring something very important. So thank you so much.
Thanks, y'all. I'll see you on Thursday.
Yes, I see you Thursday, Miss Caitlin. See you, Mr. Elaborator. See you, Baby Barack. Y'all, do they not get us right, y'all? Do they not get us right every Tuesday and Thursday? And y'all, I'm sorry in advance, y'all, for anybody that was like triggered or that was a hard conversation. I know it was a hard conversation for me just to like sit there and listen to it. Like, yo, my blood literally boils just to think about stuff like that and just some of the sick and crazy things that people do. It's just, man, it's crazy. But yo, we got to talk about it. We got to talk about it. Sweeping it under the rug don't help nothing. So hopefully somebody got help by that conversation today, even if the help is you realizing that it's not your fault, or you having the courage to speak up and talk about it. So we are definitely here for you. Yo, the mentors, the Heartbeat mentors, myself, Miss Mo, Miss Simone, Miss Caitlin, y'all know y'all got us all day long. All right. But yo, we are wrapping up another great day at work. Yo, I know I keep saying this, yo, but it don't feel like work at all, yo. It don't feel like work. But I hope that somebody is having a good time with us, yo. I hope that somebody had a great day at work today. Hey, homie, already taking the words out of my mouth, yo, because you already know, yo. You already know what I'm about to say. You know, go be productive. Yo, go be productive, yo. It's still some light outside. Y'all see that light outside? Like, yo, okay, Imani. Like, yo, this should not be ending your day. I know we about to end the workday, yo, but this should not be ending your day. This should be starting your day. This is where you just get started, yo. This is where you take your lessons. This is where you take the things that you've been learning, yo, and you actually put them to work. You start working on your goals. Start working on your version towards success. Yo, when you get off of this live, what's going to happen? Any and everybody going to be competing for your attention. Yo, those ashy lip people that Neonce was talking about earlier, they going to be competing for your attention when you get off this live. They're going to be in your DMs. They're going to be calling you. They're going to be texting you. No, and no, yo. This is where your discipline got to come into place, yo. This is where you got to hold yourself accountable. This is where you got to say, nah, you know what? I'm keeping the promise to myself. I promised myself I was going to work on my goals, yo. I promised myself that I was going to work on my version of success. Diamond, you already know, shorty. Diamond already know. Yo, for real. You be taking care of everybody else, yo. It's time for you to take care of yourself. You can do this one thing for yourself. You can work on these goals for your future self, so your future self can be looking back like, yeah, let's get that. Let's get that. Like, yo, for real, yo. And oh my God, it gives me a headache every time I think about it. But if you ain't got no goals, this is the worst part, yo, is when you don't have no goals, yo. Because when you ain't got no goals, that's like you just walking through life with no direction. You might as well have a blindfold over your eyes, yo, not able to see anything. Hey, Neonce, I'm for real. Because them ashy lip people will hold you back. Like, for real. Like, yo, you got to have goals. Goals provide you with some type of direction, yo. Goals will help you get closer towards your version of success. And, yo, like, if you ain't got them, yo, please don't hit me up. Don't slide in my DM. Don't send me no text messages. Don't call my phone. Yo, don't do none of the above, yo. If you ain't got no goals, don't hit me up, yo. Go hit up one of those OG heartbeats and let them help you get some goals, yo. And what I tell you, you ain't got to have no crazy big goals. Start small. Start small. What? The journey of 1,000,000 miles starts with what? The journey of 1,000,000 miles starts with one step, yo. One step. And all you got to do is commit yourself to taking that first step. And then you just start building on those good habits, yo, so that you are making progress towards whatever your version of success is, yo. But, yo, let them help you get the goals, yo. Don't hit me up for that part. I got you on anything else past that. Yo, if y'all are going to Marcy's funeral, no, viewing. The funeral is tomorrow. The viewing is today. If you going to the viewing today, yo, and I see you, if I don't notice you, yo, please, yo, hit me up. So I can speak to y'all if anybody's going to be there. But I'm going to slide past there, pay our respects on behalf of the Heart Smiles family, because you know, once you a heartbeat, always a heartbeat. And even if you a new heartbeat. You still deserve that respect, and we're going to pay our respects to Marcy today. And if you attended the funeral tomorrow, definitely please show the love. So yo, that's it for the day. That's it for the day. Y'all already know, yo. I put the other events that are happening later on this week on the announcement sheet so y'all can keep up with that. Other than that, yo, I'm going to see you tomorrow, 10 o'clock. Miss Carmen, you going to be there? All right, bet. I'm going to see you there then. Yo, I'm going to see you tomorrow, 10 o'clock. You already know what it is, y'all. I'm out of here.